اوكي هبه راح تشيل اول ما تبدي ارفعي ارفعي يعني جاهز بس دقيقة مسوين اكستند اوكي بس خلينا نسكر الميكروفون لانه قاعد يتكرر الصوت هذا يروح يرد اوكي اي لان التيمز مفتوح اذا كان ياخذ يلقط مرة ثانية ويرد سكرت انا الحين ميوتد اوكي اخذت هبة صح؟ كذي اوكي؟ لا بس انا على الماوس هذا الليزر اوكي عادي بس هنا تبي الاجندة هذا الباور هني بس انا حاطه فول سكرين بس سوي سكيب
نسوي سكيب ونفتح الباوربوينت على طول
اوكي
زين بس خلينا نتاكد الباوربوينت من وين
بس سكيب
هذا
فول سكرين فيو فول سكرين هذا تاتش بعد
تمام
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the event today. As we are about to begin, please be seated. Kindly switch your mobile phones to silent mode. We have an interesting and appealing selection of talks and discussions. So we are pleased to begin with Dr. Hibal Khaldi from the University of Leeds to speak about Kuwait cybersecurity legal challenges. Please welcome Dr. Hiba to the stage.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hiba Al-Khaldi, a PhD researcher from University of Leeds. It's my pleasure to come here to the conference and attend to share my PhD thesis. I'm doing a PhD thesis at the University of Leeds. It's about security in cyberspace and electronic commerce. It's about the laws of Kuwait and policies. And today I'll be talking about Kuwait cybersecurity, legal challenges. So in my presentation today, I'll be talking about cybersecurity. So I'll discuss what is cybersecurity. After that, the institutions involved in regulating cyberspace in Kuwait. The third point will be about the laws and policies to regulate cyberspace, mainly like cybersecurity. And after that, the shortcomings of laws and policies, as well as suggesting some solutions. This presentation will be derived from my PhD thesis. I'm nearly finishing up my thesis, so I'm toward writing up the conclusion of the thesis at the University of Leeds. So first of all, in his book, Code and Other Laws of Cyberspace, Lawrence Lessig said that online security can be achieved using different measures such as laws, technical security measures, and expertise in the field. So why cybersecurity is important? It forms the basis of trust and confidence in the legal system, in the country, and in the businesses on its own. So it's also important to grant safe use, ranging from different uses of the cyberspace, from communication to commercial transactions. Therefore, trusting the system will encourage using of the different uses of cyberspace, and cybersecurity is fundamental for such use. For this research, the security governance includes laws and policies. I wrote up, I don't know if you have looked to the biography of my name in the CERC website. You can see at the end that I wrote COVID-19 pandemic legal challenges to the cyberspace and e-commerce. But the COVID pandemic showed that the cybersecurity issues and trust in the legal system was a major shortcoming in Kuwait, and the legal system failed to respond to these issues. So we have three main institutions in Kuwait, government institutions in Kuwait to regulate the cyberspace and security, mainly CITRA, and let me take a chance to thank CITRA for inviting me to this conference. CITRA is the Communication and Information Technology Regulatory Authority. It has a great role in regulating cyberspace through policies and other type of regulations. It formed the National Cybersecurity Strategy, which was made in 2016 to 2020 to regulate cyberspace. I'll be talking about this vision shortly. And after that comes CBK, the Central Bank of Kuwait. The Central Bank of Kuwait has a great role in cybersecurity. It launched an e-payment regulation for banking sector, which is one of the major regulations to cybersecurity in the banking sector. ECCCD, it's the Electronic and Cybercrime Combating Department, which is governed by the Ministry of Interior. It investigates and follow up with cyber crimes in Kuwait, and also we have CATE, the central agency in Kuwait. So these institutions are all have a positive role in regulating the cybersecurity. But what we miss in Kuwait is that there are no adequate cooperation between these institutions and other institutions in Kuwait. So what we need is further cooperation between the government agencies or institution to grant the cybersecurity of Kuwait as a full, but not only each institution by its own. We need to see the cybersecurity as a national security instead of securing each institution on its own. After that, the problem of cybersecurity in Kuwait, that there is a damaging gap between the law and technology. The causes of the gap are like a long list. It's caused by the technology fast development. So the laws are, like the laws of Kuwait were launched on 2014 and 2015. And then the technology is developing every day, and the laws cannot keep pace with this fast technology. We lack some expertise. I know that there are very good expertise in Kuwait and so many institutions in government, but we need more expertise, as well as keep training those expertise, not only like stay at the same level, but we want to keep developing everyone. And awareness. Awareness is also fundamental, and it's the topic of the conference this year. Awareness of cybersecurity should start from schools, not only from expertise in institutions and on government basis, because security is starting from the individuals. And we know that everyone is using internet, everyone is using the cyberspace, so we need to start from schools to raise awareness. So laws and policies. Here is the list of the laws and policies to regulate the cyberspace. We have law number 20 concerning electronic transaction, law number 63 combating information technology crimes, the CITRA National Cybersecurity Strategy, and the CBK resolution on e-payment. So for these laws and regulations, policies as well, to be fair and effective, which is the key point, like laws alone on paper, it's not enough. We need to have fair and effective practice, and these laws alone are not adequate. They are not enough. We need reforms to the laws. I kept the presentation simple because I know some of the audiences are not from legal perspective, but the laws has number of deficiencies, such as privacy. It lacks privacies. It lack also security measures. We need reforms of the content itself of the laws. We need to explain procedural aspects of the law, because the law, for example, the cybercrime law, it lacks procedural explanation. And we need a support from the institutions of Kuwait to support the laws. Not only having laws on papers, it's not enough. For example, to follow this, we need to have a national cybersecurity center. In the policy of CITRA, the National Cybersecurity Strategy, one of the major aims was to have a national cybersecurity center. But as you can see, it's 2021 and there is no center in Kuwait for cybersecurity. I know it requires lots of work, expertise, and lots of government cycle issues. but we need to form the National Cybersecurity Center as soon as possible because it's a key institution to gather all the institutions, all the entities together. Also, the private sector can benefit from such center, I mean the National Cybersecurity Center. How to respond to these cybersecurity issues? I followed UK policy technique to respond to the issues of cyberspace and cybersecurity. So we need to pursue the criminal activities, and this can be followed by criminal law, which is law number 63. We need to focus on cybersecurity in this law. After that, we need, the criminal law comes at the top level of combating cybersecurity threats. After that comes preventing the cyberspace threats by having law to arrange transaction online. We can't control the cyberspace without the cooperation with the state and the institutions. So to protect the cyberspace, we need enforced self-regulation. This can be seen as a CBK resolution of the e-payment, as well as the CITRA's National Cybersecurity Strategy and the National Cybersecurity Center. After that comes the prepare stage, which is self-regulation. This can be seen as a social level solution and business level. So social can be followed by raising awareness campaigns from schools until the highest level within institutions and government. As well as companies and businesses can enforce self-regulation techniques to the company itself, to protecting the company itself by having security measures. So, as discussed, how to overcome the problem by reforming laws, policies, and continue to train the expertise and sending people to educate them about cybersecurity. And lastly, raising awareness. Thank you very much for listening.
Many thanks to Dr. Hiba Al-Khaldi for that enlightening presentation. I now have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Fawaz Al-Khatib from Tahir Group Law and Key Law to speak about the legal implications of cyber attacks. Please welcome Dr. Khalid Fawaz.
Yeah, you sent it to me, right?
Is there a mic that I can carry?
Yeah, you can carry this one.
Yes, good, thank you. كده ولا منار ولا All right. So I'm going to focus more on the practical side of cybercrime. Thank you, Hivan. Hope the best for your PhD discussion. I hope soon. Yeah. So we're living in a place where humans develop through their ability of imagination an artificial life that goes on with reality. A life which is, we can commit the same crime physically and through technology. And we tried our best to use the technology for the benefit of humans. And it became now computers and online networking the central or the heart center that we base our businesses, social life, personal data, it's all in the cyberspace. We have a lot of information, but I think we did not make sure that we could control such amount of information. And criminal threats are already here. I know that today there are several governmental bodies that has a cybercrime attack or hacking or destruction of the data. Now, Kuwait, an emerging country, recently legislated through the parliament certain laws which she mentioned. And they are based on, when we want to define the cybercrime law, it's basically either in the cyberspace online or offline in a digital or computer or a device. So it's not necessarily in the online network. So here we can see the first article of the Kuwaiti law mentions automated electronic systems, electronic data, and then moves on to mention devices, magnetic devices, and information technology and digital devices. Now, I truly think that the Kuwaiti exactly the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Justice did not put a correct priority into fighting and combating crimes. Because rather than focusing on the crimes related to security, digital security, to the mass destruction of the data, to privacy, they focused on media. So we have 4,000 cases each year in the prosecution related to tweeting. So what about the real threats? Who did commit such crime? How many cases? I worked on several cases related to cybercrime. Recently, we have ongoing cases with Dubai, 4.6 million Kuwaiti KD stolen from a public company in the stock market, and it was disclosed. So the Capital Market Authority is a major player here, not only CITRA, not only the prosecution, not only the police through the department. So it's not only about freedom of expression and free speech, it's more about damage, physically, financially, morally, and the control of such damage in an open space. I'm going to give an example within these three main laws that were regulated in a way to cover the anti-information technology crime, but switched to another different topic, which is criminal media law. Usually, at the beginning of the law in the definition part, we can see phishing, identity fraud, electronic fraud, hacking, etc., terrorist, cyber-terrorist attacks. And then there's just one article, it's in the 5th paragraph, switching to the discussion into the privacy of public and financial information. And the Kuwaiti law states that there is an imprisonment up to 3 years, and then it could increase to 6 years if it's related to a public employee or a governmental employee. And the fine could go to 4,000 in case of returning to commit the same crime. Then we can see that if we publish such private information, spreading such information, again, there is 1 year imprisonment. So the implication of these laws should be a sanction, a criminal sanction, or a civil sanction related to compensation, or administrative procedures through the governmental bodies. Here we have another article related to damaging the telecommunication companies. So distracting or disturbing the communication between different entities, like what is happening recently in one of the governmental bodies. There is a disconnection between it and another body because of cross-border crime. This is another problematic issue in chasing cybercrime, that it is definitely related to an international person, entity, organized crime organization. And then there should be a cooperation between different prosecution departments in Kuwait, in the GCC, in the UK. And I'll give you an example just in a minute. So, the law did not state hacking. See, the law stated illegal entry. So, assuming that it could be through a physical entry, not through the internet, which is a broader definition and much better than hacking, I would say. And the law punishes illegal entry irrespective of there is a damage or destruction of the data or misuse of the data. So the act itself is a crime that is punishable by the criminal court. Here we can see that one of the articles divided the actions, either it is client account banks, illegal entry, destroy or forgery, governmental information, medical documents, and blackmail and threats. I've seen cases in all these aspects in Kuwaiti court. However, I would say that the court issued verdicts that are lean. I think the awareness of the seriousness of this crime should be raised to the judicial body by CITRA, by other organizations, because we tend to be scared more of physical things. We even as humans cannot imagine the risks of something that cannot be seen necessarily through hacking or through destroying data or stealing money from the banks. And here we have also disrupting accessing the electronic softwares or data, or even putting a virus through the USB in this computer and then getting the data or destroying it. Also, crimes that could lead to up to 3 years imprisonment as per the Kuwaiti law. Now, when we work in a case, we have the police, which is the Department of Electronic and Cybercrime. So they are within the Ministry of Interior. And then the prosecution is investigating the crime. They have a really new, good, well-built building, but they usually work on media law cases rather than cybercrime cases. And the reason is that usually they don't know who's the suspect. So it's not easy to tackle the criminal. And then we have the criminal court, and they usually issue imprisonment, fines, closure of sites, or confiscation. So they usually take the devices if it's a mobile or so. And we have the administrative body, which usually block sites. Sometimes the websites like ask for data, for bank data, while they are fake sites, not true ones. It happens a lot in Kuwait to receive messages to enter our personal data. So I have a couple of examples in the Kuwaiti courts. Simplistic one would be hacking one of the Kuwaiti banks and stealing 3,000 KD. The court gave the committer a sentence of 1 month, which is, and it was a weird discussion with the suspect. I asked him, why did you only took 3,000? He said, that's what I needed. So, and he only got 1 month imprisonment. I'm his attorney. Still, I was surprised. It is a serious crime. However, are we aware of how serious it is? Another case, a girlfriend entered a social media account of her boyfriend, or he was a boyfriend, not a husband. And she changed the password, and the court gave her 6 months imprisonment. So, okay, we have getting financial from a Kuwaiti bank, and so it is kind of a reflection that the judicial body needs to understand how serious this is, economically, socially, and in relation to security. So in that case, we have 3 things. This is an ongoing case. It's published last month in the stock market page. We're working on it with the Kuwaiti prosecution and Dubai prosecution. A phishing email. So let's assume Hiba and your friend, I assume, or Manar, let's say, all right. Hiba receives an email from Manar, the same signature, the same font, size, color, with an attachment saying very important, or let's say final PhD thesis reviewed, yeah? And once she clicked on the PDF, and this happened in Kuwait, which cost the company 4.6 million, 54 million dirhams, because it went to the UAE. And once she pushes on the PDF, the attacker took all the information from the system, and about 10,000 exchanged emails from a public company. And then the attacker noticed that there is one exchanged email between this company and another public company in Dubai. So Kuwait listed company and a listed company in Dubai, stating that please transfer 4.6 million KD to our bank account, signed. So they just took this page, changed the bank account details, and sent an email to the financial asking them to pay. That's it. And the payment went through And then we went to a cybercrime company in Kuwait. It's a very good company. I didn't put it because of advertising issues. And we can see how they were successful in logging through from Nigeria, Ghana, and UK proxy. So it seems that they are an organization. And they did make an in-depth analysis into 10,000 exchanged emails. And this led to checking how much is there in the international aspect, global aspect. And I saw that last 2 years it's been $18 billion stolen through the same method, which is hacking. All right, so we asked the company who did it. They got the location of the people who got the money in UAE, and that's it. And then we asked the Dubai prosecution to check, and I cannot disclose how much we got back still because it's an ongoing case, but I would say they did catch two, one of Emirati and another European guy, and three, they escaped, they couldn't arrest them. Now, my concerns in Kuwait for now, and also global-wise, is how will we deal with AI cybercrime? How are we dealing with the dark page and Bitcoin? Now there is another life going there. It's not regulated. We can sell. Yesterday I saw the prices of killing is $45,000 for a head. So they deal with Bitcoin. How can we deal with these challenges? So yesterday I met head of the competition authority, asked him, how are you considering the Bitcoin? It is a property, it is a money in a way, and we have to tackle this issue. He said, all right, see, we have a mess, cartels already here, putting the prices. I have a control mess. You don't. You're still in the mess. You cannot control it, the cyberspace. And my issue now, which I can contribute to, is the criminal media law and right of expression and free speech. I think the cybercrime laws in Kuwait shifted their focus toward the wrong direction, toward the easy direction, toward tweeting or toward very basic crimes, and forgot about the real issues that cost the economy heavily. I finished my 20 on time, 20 minutes, yeah? Any questions? Sure. All right, 1 minute, so thank you very much for listening.
Many thanks to Dr. Fawaz Al-Khaldi for the informative talk. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Sarah Morris from Cranfield University, who will be joining us virtually to speak about engaging schools and students with cyber privacy using practical gamified learning. Please go ahead, Dr. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you and hello. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here today. I'll just load up my slides. So hopefully that's beaming across okay. Okay. Well, as you heard, I'm going to talk to you today about engaging student gamified approach. Before I do though, a little bit about my background. So, since 2015, I've been the head of the Digital Investigation Unit at Cranfield University. I'm a member of the Biometrics and Forensics Ethics Group, which basically advise the Home Office and related bodies on forensic and biometric ethics issues. And I've been doing digital investigation or digital forensics for 13 years now, both teaching it, doing consultancy, so going to court, doing cases, and doing traditional research. In terms of the Digital Investigation Unit itself, it's been around since 1998 and is the oldest of its kind in the UK. We were set up to assist law enforcement, and here's our first course run by Professor Tony Sams, who noticed that law enforcement just didn't really have any training in this area and wanted to provide support. We're also very well known for being in job adverts showing both the breadth and depth of our understanding of this area. And as course director of our MPC that we've just finished, I was lucky enough to get the first GCHQ accreditation for a digital forensics course. I've done a wide range of other things, including giving evidence to House of Lords, various casework. I think the most famous one involves a washing machine. But before all this, I was a teacher, and it's that teaching experience that I want to talk to you about how that's influenced my teaching today. So what is the problem? Well, the problem is that we've got, adults essentially in schools who may harm children. Here's a recent example from this week of a teacher accused of sexting a teenager. We've also got students hurting other students, either by cyberbullying, sharing inappropriate images, or other kind of behaviour that we might not want to encourage. And as well as being the victim, we have students potentially causing harm to others, such as their teachers or people outside the school environment. So there are a lot of situations where, from a cybersecurity point of view, we want students to be aware that they need to be safe, but also their behaviour can be tracked, and so that they have that understanding. However, when we get to delivery, we all know that that teachers are incredibly overloaded as it is. And also teachers have a lot of things already to learn and to keep up to date with. So keeping up to date with the latest cybersecurity policies can be quite difficult. We also have the problem of student engagement. When we as adults tell students things, they don't necessarily listen, particularly when it's around cybersecurity or other elements like drugs and law. We all remember what it was like to be young. You feel like you know everything at that age. So if we go in and directly tell them, trying to get that engagement can be quite difficult because there's that element of rebellion. So the solution that we use, that I designed is to do with gamification, and we use this right from my work that I used to do in schools, right through to my master's students who are actual police officers. We use the same gamified approach. What changes is the content of the game. So students actually work through a criminal case, and in doing so, whilst they're solving pieces of the puzzle, it brings out those cybersecurity and privacy issues. And then that means it's not us telling them to be safe, it's us showing them why, and them identifying why they need to be safe and where they need to think about their security and privacy themselves. And what we found is that no matter what the age group, this approach tends to have a higher retention rate and a higher rate of them changing their activity based upon it than a standard lecture. So how have we used this gamified approach? Well, the first thing we did was we set up a detective agency. Ours is called the Underestimated Experts, or TUX. It's a play on learn. Everything we do, whether it's for schools or our students at the university, we brand under this detective agency. And we found that that makes it easier for creating resources, because we're only creating resources for one agency. We're not constantly having to think of new names. And similarly, we have the same group of bad guys every time that get away in a kind of cartoon style. And we found that this massively reduces our resource load and has been very helpful. So what you've just seen there is the trailer that we lead with when we're going into a school, or when students who are older and on our modules, this is the first thing they see. And the aim of this is to really get them in the mood, to introduce them to TUX, and really establish that this is going to be a fun activity. Now, I don't need to tell the audience that, you know, in cybersecurity, we see a lot of bad things, and certainly there are a lot of difficult concepts. So one of the things we as a unit chose to do right from 1998 was to go very cheesy and very fun on the scenarios, so that we are focused on fun, which we feel helps with the learning, rather than having something more realistic that potentially might trigger mental health issues or other issues. So we use movie-style trailers to introduce each scenario, and we've now got over 50 of these cases we use. Because resources and staffing are tight, we use animated characters. I will show you in a minute. And these animated characters speak, and you can basically reuse them in cases, so you're not constantly looking for other actors to assist you. We also use a lot of interactive learning, and students really do take control of the case, so it's a very interactive process. So I'd like to show you the case trailer for one of our recent cases. One of those days. Okay. If anybody want to see the case trailer, I can make those available. Please drop me an email. But basically, they introduce the case in a similar way to the video you've already seen. As I said, everything is done with practical in mind, so the students are doing it hands-on. So this is very much a maximum of 30 minutes of us speaking to every 30 minutes of practical. So sometimes that will only be 10 minutes of us speaking. They will still do at least 30 minutes of practical. And that means they're really learning it hands-on. And again, that brings out those privacy and security concerns really well, because they've got that independent verification of what's happening. As I said, we use animated characters for resources, but also for reusability and to ensure the clues that we want to be given are given. So hopefully this is a short example of how we use animated characters. So as you can see, we have both the witness in this case, and then for the students, we tend to use a yellow ball, just because then it can represent any of the students. Sometimes the videos will just be the character, other times they'll be interacting with the student, getting information. And the students can replay these as many times as they like, and they have them in their virtual learning environment. This is very much an escape room style activity, and we've run pieces from 1 day to 2 weeks in length, depending on what we're teaching. We've run these as physical and solely virtual over the pandemic, and it adapts to both scenarios. So we would still use the videos, but we can have physical crime scene things when we're doing it in person. I wanted to draw your attention to 4 tools that we make heavy use of, that regardless of whether you're going gamified or not, are really useful for teaching. The first is H5P. I'm going to show you an example in a second, but that allows you to make a lot of interactive activities of various kinds. The second is Kahoot, which is an excellent quiz platform. The third is ThingLink, and this allows us to make 360-degree environments that you can interact with. We found this particularly good during the pandemic for crime scenes and serve rooms and other things we want to demonstrate. And finally, the fourth is Voki, and Voki is very much for those animated characters you've already seen. So if I load this up, hopefully you should all be able to see the 360-degree environment now. So this is my teaching lab. Shockingly, it's full of computers, but as you can see, we have a full 360. You can interact with elements, pull up videos, etc., and you can move around to other areas. And this is our crime scene room. So that's ThingLink, and again, for the gamification element, you know, they can click on things for looking around, and it's fantastic. H5P, similarly, so there's a range of activities you can have on H5P. This one we use for computer deconstruction, but you can also have ones where you're ordering things, you can have games, all sorts, and H5P is an absolutely fantastic tool. Very, very versatile. So in terms of general tips that we've learned from gamification, we use our real world practitioner knowledge to inform where we're going, but we try and keep the scenarios very gamified and cheesy. So very fun, very things that are going to make you laugh. we focused very much on bringing it down to the students and going for that gamified approach so that they've got autonomy on their learning. So we as grown-ups, or the practitioner in the room, are telling them this is a good idea. We're showing them why. So when they find evidence on someone else's computer of their conversation, they understand the ramifications in a way that us telling them may not necessarily have. At the end, every session, so as you can see, we always end by giving the students the ending of the scenario, and we have several of these videos that fit with the direction they went with. So that's it from me. If anybody would like to know more or discuss this further, there's my group email address at the bottom. And thank you again for having me this morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah Morris, for that very interesting presentation. Dear guests, I would like to invite Engineer Aya Hassouna from Kuwait Technical College to talk about an alternative cybersecurity educational model for a qualified workforce. Let's welcome Engineer Aya.
Good afternoon. Aya Hassouna from K-Tech. I'm here to give presentation about two main studies. Those studies talked about two models actually to find the relationship between cybersecurity and span spectrum of computing disciplines, and has a path that starts from high school. And this curriculum can be a standalone discipline or can be injected into existing ones. Also, it requires building a strong theoretical and practical skills to the educational or to the students. Actually, whether cybersecurity is established as its own or standalone specialized computing discipline or an embedded one within existing computing disciplines, we need to structure the curriculum to focus on concepts that are fundamental to this profession. And we need to enrich the knowledge to the students. So the success of cybersecurity, actually it depends on meeting the main requirements that stakeholders of the following stakeholders in front of us: the educators and the faculty members, the national academic bodies, the industrial stakeholders, and the government policy markers. Those stakeholders actually will monitor the output in terms of graduate skill levels, and in turn provide their feedback for further curricular advancement. Now, a curriculum built for cybersecurity must determine the specified role a graduate will have upon employment. For example, how the student can build secure systems or ensure secure operation of systems, or protect systems from attacks, or analyze systems to determine presence of gaps and attacks. These skills are evaluated by the different stakeholders and in turn forms a cycle of continuous improvement with the education system. Although many universities around the world provide cybersecurity degrees, a process still in its infancy here in Kuwait. So a field has a large depth and breadth. So 4 to 5 years as a bachelor degree, actually it's not that enough to give the security concepts. So as Dr. Hiba mentioned before, we have to start early, giving the concepts of cybersecurity to the students. So this can help increase the interest that leads to more applicants in the field, as well as giving them the awareness that so the students' academic skills can be shaped at early stages to prepare them for the intense requirements of the cybersecurity field. So now, how to build the ethical foundation how to build the ethical foundation for students. The goal of teaching students ethics in the field of cybersecurity is to expose them to an important part of their future employment, as well as giving them the chance to think about difficult questions, like how to protect their privacy, how to identify the theft, the blackmails, the extortion, how to find the harmful properties that can damage digital resources or physical resources, and how to find how to balance between values. So these difficult questions can be answered in a very easy way by the students, and this is by giving them the skills in order to think about these difficulties and can answer them easily. Actually, in our proposal, we studied two main proposals. And those proposals talked about the relationship between educational sector and the cybersecurity. So those proposals are ISC and CSEC 2017. ISC talked about 5 main themes. They covered 5 main themes of cybersecurity principles that are, as shown in front of us, information and risk that contains confidentiality, integrity, availability, consequence, harm, risk. The second category, threats and attacks, that includes typical attacks, how threats materialize, and how attacks exploit vulnerabilities. The third one, cybersecurity architecture and operations. It contains or talks about physical process controls implemented across an organization and how to ensure organizational compliance. The fourth one, secure systems and products. It includes designing defensive programming and testing products. The last one is cybersecurity management. It includes understanding context, personal, organizational, legal, and risks of using information systems. Now, each theme contains core concepts, as shown here. Each theme contains core concepts, examples, technical technologies, and some of the learning outcomes. So these are the main thing that each theme contains. Now, advanced concepts and other further learning outcomes might be like, or we can say it's optional for the institutes according to what they wish to provide, like deeper learning for their students according to their goals. So for example here, we have core concepts like classification, risk and hazards, and some of the techniques and technologies are core steps in the information risk management processes, learning outcomes as, for example, wearable, vulnerable to threats in systems. So each institute can put its goals, its learning outcomes, the core concepts, the examples that they want. And further outcomes and advanced concepts can be added. So it's up to the institute. So these required skills of a degree, after that, can be mapped to each theme, as shown here in the table in front of you. Now, the second model is CSEC 2017. Actually, this model, or the authors of this model, provided guidelines for 8 knowledge areas. As shown here, data security, software, component security, connection security, system security, human security, organizational, and societal security. For the data security, that talks about, or the main topics under data security are cryptography, digital forensics, end-to-end secure communication, and so on. The second one is software security, which includes design principles, security requirements and design, testing, ethics in development, the programs. The third one is component security, like component lifecycle, supply chain management security, reverse engineering. And the fourth one is system security, like access control, security policy, recovery, documentation, so anything related to the system. The fifth one is human security. So it includes the things that mainly have a connection between human security, like identifying management, social engineering and behavioral engineering, data privacy, and so on. The seventh one is organizational security. That includes risk management, governance, policy, law, ethics, and the last one is societal security. That includes anything related to the societal security, like cybercrime, cyber law, and cyber policy. So from the previous models, actually after studying them, we saw that, or we found that, both models provided us a description of required knowledge and or required knowledge areas. But actually they have, or they lack, some of the main things. We see that they need a timeline, employability, practical skills, and flexibility in order to make them better, or to improve them, to make them fit to the educational sector. For example, regarding the timeline, we need the skills the skills can be developed over time and progress until being fulfilled. So skills are interdependent, and some skills cannot be introduced until others have been mastered. So we need a timeline. We have to put these goals have to be met, or have to be taken, or have to be covered in the first year, or in the first semester, or in the second semester. We have to put a timeline. The second thing, we found that we need to focus on the practical skills, or on the employability, because actually we need to guarantee that graduates possess the technical skills needed by external stakeholders. We have to focus on the practical side. So because program outcomes are not just checkboxes, so we don't want to focus on the theoretical part only. The third one, we found that it's also important, is the flexibility. We have to give the flexibility to the institutes, because actually each institute has its own goals, and their goals are different compared to other institutes and universities. So educational institutes should be given freedom to shape the curriculum to meet their goals and needs. After that, students can be evaluated, or we have to evaluate student outcomes. Also here, actually we followed the two main methods, the two main proposals. They evaluated students according to 5 main categories: computing, mathematics, other disciplines, employability skills, and practical and technical skills. For the first one, computing, it talks about it includes cybersecurity skills and other computing skills. Like the cybersecurity skills, actually it's adopted CERC2017 model. And all units and curricular guidance are divided into a chronological order over a 4-year program duration. Regarding the other computing skills, they can be taken from like computing disciplines like software engineering, computer science, network engineering, and information systems and technology. The second category, which is important also, we need to focus on the skills expected of a cybersecurity specialist, require strong has to be strong in mathematics. So we need to cover the necessary mathematical skills in the field of calculus, algebra, number of theories, algorithms, etc. So we have to focus on the mathematical skills because it has a strong connection between the cybersecurity. Now, other disciplines, like some of disciplines have relationship between or have a relationship with cybersecurity, like law, ethics, policy making, social and cultural awareness, managerial structuring, project management, and general skills in strategy and planning. So we have a connection here between those disciplines and the cybersecurity. So we have to give or to cover these skills or to be given to the students. The fourth one is employability skills. We know that we have to cover or to give the student the practical skills to be ready to the market. So we have to focus on communication skills, teamwork, problem solving, initiative, planning and organization, decision making, self-management. All these skills are very important for to give the students like a background or to be ready to the market. The last one, which is the practical and technical skills. So here we help the student to recover system after cyber attack. We help him to handle incidents, and we will give him experience in the field in building secure systems. Also, if he can take certificates, it will be a plus. So these are actually the 5 disciplines that we can evaluate the student according to them. Now after, I want a laser. Okay. Now after evaluating the student according to those outcomes, we can put the annual outcomes here. Actually, we took the 5 disciplines or the 5 categories, both models talked about. Then we put the 3 main things that are lack or are needed for those models, which are the timeline, the practical skills, and the third one is the flexibility. So here, as shown in front of you, each institute can divide or can assign specific courses in each semester. So also each institute can put goals or some of the topics that must be covered in each semester according to the courses. So for example, for data security, it contains many topics to be covered in order to let the student have the main knowledge about data security, like basic understanding of encryption, decryption, attack categorization, introduction to public and private key encryptions, understands what ciphers are and their uses, what are digital forensics, and so on. So these can be assigned from each institute, and according to the courses they are giving. So according to the study plan they put to each student. So here we put, like the main thing, we put those topics must be given in the first year. So this is the first thing we covered. Then the second thing we give, or here we give a flexibility to each institute to assign a weight according to his goals or to their goals. For example, here, the cybersecurity has a specific goal, which is WCS. This percentage actually is different from each institute and another one. And this percentage will be assigned by each institute, and we don't guarantee to be equal like between institutes. It's up to the institute's goals. So this is actually done for all disciplines that we covered, computing and other computing skills. So here we put also the skills that must be given to the students within or in the first year, skills from computer science field, from networking field, from engineering, computer engineering field, and so on. The same for mathematics. We put the main topics that must be covered in the first year, also for other disciplines, employability skills, practical skills. So these actually, again, according to the institute's goals and needs. Now, after putting here the main study plan, and each one has a specific weight according, again, to the organization, the organization can find the total weight that must be taken, for example, in the first year to each student. For example, the total weight here, it's the summation of cybersecurity skills, the 5 things that we talked about, mathematics, employment, and plus the weight of application skills. So after finding the main weight, here we can see that here in the shape here in front of you, each institute can find or can shape its curriculum according to its needs. For example, we are as a technical college, we focus on the technical part weight, which is the weight of practical skills and employment skills, which is here in the blue lines. And for the universities that are focusing on theoretical part, they will focus on the weight of cybersecurity, mathematics, and other disciplines skills in cybersecurity. So this is how each institute focus on specific weight according to its goals and its needs. And after that, the institute can shape courses and study plans. So educational institutes can utilize the model that we talked about to shape their courses, to determine the number of courses to be offered each semester, and when, in the first year or in the second year, determine the evaluation format to be used to meet the required skills. So after each student's scores in the various assignments, exams, projects will determine their current level and if they meet the required expectations or not. So this is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Aya Hassouna, for this interesting presentation and highlighting an area of focus on many minds. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a short coffee break, and know that there will be a draw on the second break. 5 winners will be awarded with seats to attend a cybersecurity seminar at KCST. So we will resume back to more great topics at 2:30 p.m. Enjoy.
It's good, yeah. Okay. Well, since it is past 2:30 right now, so welcome back, everyone. And for those of people who are still having lunch right now, I guess they're just going to have to catch up later, as we are going to be continuing this session. So we will continue our conference today with session 4, themed around cybersecurity education in schools and cybercrime law. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Virginia Franquera from the University of Kent, who will be joining us virtually to speak about the importance of cybersecurity education in schools. Please go ahead, Dr. Virginia Franquera. This session is yours.
Thank you. Can you see my slides?
We can
Right.
definitely hear your voice.
Right, okay. So I would like to start with, do you hear echo, or is it just me that is my voice okay? Right, okay. So I would like to start with a fact. And the fact is that children are increasing online. So they are consuming content, they are creating content, they are sharing content. And actually the regulator for UK, Ofcom, that regulates communication and media, released recently a report saying that 42% of children between 5 and 12 are using social media. So they are online. This is a fact that we can assume. Parents are increasingly, because of that, parents are increasingly concerned. So somebody is moving my slides. So parents are increasingly concerned, and for different reasons, of course. So for example, because they are exposed, so children are exposed to content that is not appropriate for the age. They might radicalize children, they might provide indecent content, or it might provide content that is encouraging, for example, children for self-harm. And apart from that, parents are concerned about data that the children are sharing and the contact with strangers, so many risks derive from it. Therefore, cybersecurity education is it's something that is crucial for us to get the grips of. So children have to understand the implications of the use of the online resources and be prepared with skills that allow them to be safe online. So we looked at 4 developed countries and looked at how they embed cybersecurity education in pre-university schools and colleges. And this was a project that was funded by somebody's moving my slides, I don't know. So this was funded by the Global Forum of Cyber Expertise based in the Netherlands. So this project, we did a desk research for this project, and we looked at how they embed cybersecurity, as I said. So the majority of countries embedded within computing or ICT or computer science. We are going to look at this, but there is a range of ways that this is actually undertaken, the cybersecurity education for children. And the cybersecurity education may take different, may be labeled in different ways. So it may be regarded as online safety. It may be regarded in terms of digital skills, digital literacy, and a number of labels for cybersecurity content to be conveyed. So these are the 4 countries that we looked at. So the 4 countries that are part of the UK, England, Wales, Northern Ireland, and Scotland, they have a similar structure for school for schools in terms of grades and how they structure the education before 18, up to 18. So it's starting from the age of 5. The other 5 countries that we looked at are United States, Australia, Canada, Singapore, and New Zealand. They take very much the K-12 approach, so kindergarten to grade 12 approach for the structure of education, pre-university, although there are some differences, as you can see in that table. So if we looked at, so now I'm going to go over each of the countries quickly or briefly and see how they embed cybersecurity. Yeah. So in terms of England, there is a national curriculum that have the subject of digital literacy, or they have the strand of digital literacy that appears within the computing subject. So depending on the age group, different content is conveyed to children, starting from the age of the bound of 4 years old, so 4 to 7. So it goes from the use of technology in a safe and respectful way up to the next group or age group, which adds the responsibly aspect of using online services and resources. And then the last age group up to 14, the concepts of identity, privacy, and all that comes into play. If we looked at Wales, Wales has a national curriculum and has an ICT subject within the national curriculum. However, cybersecurity is not embedded, is not part of the curriculum. What Wales does is that they have a side of it, they have a digital competence framework. And this competence framework has a strand on citizenship. And this is where cybersecurity content comes into play. However, this is a guide, so it is a guidance for teachers. So it's not mandatory that this content is conveyed to children. Wales have content related to, for example, identity, reputation, and the implications of this online, digital rights, online behavior, and cyberbullying. If we move now to Scotland, so Scotland has a curriculum for excellence, what they call curriculum for excellence, and within it, there is content related to cyber resilience and internet safety. And within it, there is digital literacy that appears under the subject of ICT or technologies. So if we looked at the age groups, we see content related to using digital technology in the first age group, and then moving to how technology works and how to use technology in a safe way, secure way, then moving to responsibility, the aspect of responsibility about digital behavior, and then consequences or bad consequences or risks related to the use of online resources. So moving on to Northern Ireland, So Northern Ireland has a national curriculum, but they take a different approach. So their approach is across any subjects to use what they called using ICT. So the use of ICT embedded in different subjects, not only ICT, but other subjects. So, and then this stretches over acceptable online behavior and online safety, where they talk about types of risks that children might be exposed, that they have to understand and realize, for example, related to the content, risk related to content, to contact, to conduct, and commercial risks. So if we kind of put that together, the 4 countries part of UK, so we see that Scotland is the one that starts conveying content at an earlier stage. And the other ones have kind of very similar kind of age distribution in terms of cybersecurity content, except Wales, which don't have mandatory content related to online safety, cybersecurity, or anything like this. So England takes the content added to computing, Wales adds it to citizenship, Scotland adds it to ICT, and Northern Ireland take the approach of cross-curriculum skills building for cybersecurity. So moving on to the other countries that we looked at the United States. So United States is a federated state, so there is no national curriculum per se. So they have what they call K-12 computer science framework, which should inform the states on how to develop their own curriculum. They have core concepts, and cybersecurity is embedded into two of these concepts. So cybersecurity is embedded in networks and internet, and safety law and ethics is embedded within impacts of computing. So if we look at their content in terms of age group, we see that they take a much more computer science technical approach, but also the more soft safety, online safety approach. So they look at authentication measures, they look at harmful content, security measures, and going up to the level of what is encryption, what is access control, network security, and all that. Australia has a national curriculum, and the national curriculum has what they call online safety curriculum connection. So this is to help teachers to identify which are the subjects where content related to cybersecurity and online safety can be added within the classrooms and activities. The curriculum is under review, and the idea of Australia is to actually start introducing cybersecurity for children aged as young as 4. So if we look at the content in terms of age groups, it's kind of an incremental building of content related to cybersecurity. So starting from rights and responsibilities and safe use, and then adding that respectful relationships, digital media literacy, and for the last age group, adding well-being. So what is interesting to point out here is that Australia takes the approach of cybersecurity and online safety added to different content. So, for example, art, English, digital, physical education, etc., etc. So it's added to different subjects. If we look at Canada, they have what is called, there is no national curriculum for ICT or computing. They have what is called a pan-Canadian K-12 computer science education framework. And this, again, like the United States, this is to inform the different provinces in terms of developing their own curriculum or cybersecurity curriculum and embedding cybersecurity education within it. So they have, again, these 5 core focus areas, and cybersecurity is embedded in computing and networks, and ethics, safety, and law is embedded within technology and society. So I'm not going to go over this, but it starts from kindergarten, and where they start introducing the concept of password, for example, and then and the concepts of protecting data, identity online, etc., and they build on the content across the age groups. If we look at Singapore, so Singapore has a very different approach. They have a character and citizenship education curriculum that is compulsory for primary and secondary schools. So their approach is to embed that within the age groups of between 9 and 17, and it's very much tailored to well-being, online well-being, what they call cyber wellness. So kind of managing harms and online behavior and bullying, abuses, etc. If we move on to New Zealand, New Zealand has a technology area, so ICT kind of a subject, where they have different technology areas, and that this is incorporated into their curriculum for preschool children. So they have one technology, which is the designing and developing digital outcomes, and this is where cybersecurity is somehow embedded. So it's all about, designing, implementing, and testing what they call digital outcomes. So kind of start thinking about security when developing systems, when developing devices, etc. So very much a secure development approach that they try to develop. So if we look at these 5 countries together, we see that in terms of age group mandatory content, US and Canada has very similar approach in terms of mandatory content. Australia is also very similar, and New Zealand. Singapore introduces cybersecurity very later on. The US content is added to computer science, as well as the content in Canada, very similar, US and Canada. Australia takes the approach of adding cybersecurity content to different subjects, as we have seen. Singapore adds it to character and citizenship, and New Zealand to ICT. So if some of the observations about this project, this analysis of 9 countries, we have seen that federated countries have adopted these national frameworks. They don't have a national curriculum. So they try to add consistency by means of these frameworks that the states and the provinces can use to develop their own curriculum. So the majority of the countries that we have looked at across the 9 countries, they incorporate cybersecurity content either in ICT, computer science, but there are other ones that incorporated across different subjects. This is the case of Northern Ireland and Australia. So embedded cybersecurity within a range of subjects. We have also noticed different levels of coverage of cybersecurity content across these 9 countries. So we have seen a lighter approach taken by countries like Wales, Singapore, and New Zealand, and a deeper approach taken by countries like Australia, Canada, US, England, Northern Ireland, and Scotland. There are countries like Scotland, Canada, and Australia that are moving towards incorporating cybersecurity at a very young age. So for children as young as 4 and 5. So I would like to finish off. I am 1 minute, I think, above my time. Just to say a little bit about us. So we are the Institute of Cybersecurity for Society, and we are one of 19 academic centers of excellence for cybersecurity research in the UK, recognized by the National Cybersecurity Center. We have 3 provisions of cybersecurity courses, so undergrad and postgrad level, where we kind of as a cybersecurity as a specialization of computer science, but we also have MSc cybersecurity, which is certified by the National Cybersecurity Center. We do a lot of work in terms of outreach and content that is prepared for children and parents. So that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Virginia Franquera, for your time and that insightful presentation. And I feel like we can all agree that we hope that we have something like this in the curriculum in Kuwait in the future. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Yusuf Ali. I'll be taking you further into this evening and this conference. I am now pleased to invite Dr. Lubna Okasha from the Kuwait Foundation for the Advancement of Sciences to talk about cybersecurity education in schools. Let's give her a round of applause. I do hope I said your name correctly. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Can I use this?
Yeah.
Yeah, take your time. Yes, please.
Testimony? Oh, okay, it does.
Can you hang this
Yes, yes.
somewhere?
Actually, I'll just hold it.
In your pocket, it's fine.
It doesn't hold. It's not open.
Okay.
It's okay. I can hold it.
You can use the arrows
What?
until I change this.
Okay, fine. All right. Good evening, everyone, and I'm glad actually you're still with me. Okay, so this is still on, right? Okay. All right. My name is Lubna Akasha, and I am program manager at Kuwait Foundation for the Advancement of Sciences. My task is actually to increase the interest of students, youth, especially from age K to 12 in STEM. And for some of you who don't know what STEM is, it stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math. Okay. Now, sorry if there's Huh? Okay, next. All right. Unfortunately and fortunately at the same time is when you are almost last in the presentations, you tend to have people cover a lot of the things that you would like to talk about. And in my case, I had, actually there should be a slide before that. Okay. I had 4 points that I wanted to talk about. Why? This is too loud. Maybe this is better. Okay. Why do we focus on cybersecurity? When to introduce cybersecurity into education? How and how to do it? And what is CAFUS, which is Kuwait Foundation for the Advancement of Sciences, have planned to do about that? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So why focus on the cybersecurity? A lot of you actually already saw that the cost of not making it a priority is expensive, and it entails a lot of lost money. And the value that we have now in Internet of Things, and I don't know why we have this happening, okay? And the job market. So I'm gonna talk about these briefly, because you've already seen a lot of this already. Okay, cost of not making it a priority. As you can see that it's cost a lot of money, all right? $4 billion is what cost Equifax. How many of you know what Equifax is? No, okay. Credit Consumer Reporting Agency, it's a company that actually is used by banks and to check on a credit for the person, make sure that they are qualified to get a loan from the bank. And if you have a lot of debt and you have a lot of loans, they actually give you a lower score, which discourages the banks from actually giving you the loans. Also, the companies, okay, all right, can I turn this off and use the microphone?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Let's try this one. Maybe you can use this one over here.
Okay, and I promise I won't sing. All right. So Equifax also is used by companies to do a check on the person who applies for a job to make sure that he is worthy of the job. So it was hacked, their database was hacked and breached, and it cost them $4 billion. And still there's a litigation on it. And if you follow that link that I have up there, you can see that they are still dealing with settlements. According to the statistics, leave the other stuff, but focus on the one on the children. 1 million children in the US were victims of identity theft. That is a big number, okay? And this is the data that we have from the States, but you can imagine, we do have kids that became victims of identity theft on a major scale. And it cost the parents $540 million out of pocket money. So it is not only that it affects banks, companies, it does affect individuals, and it affects children, which is a very, very serious business here. Because once these kids are hacked with personal data or with, especially with cyberbullying and blackmailing, like we all know about a lot of incidents where girls befriended some people and they send them pictures, personal pictures, and they blackmail them and got in trouble with their families, and some of them were really heavily punished by their families based on that. So all in all, we have a big major issue that actually drives us to really take it seriously. And according to the statistics, 51 are the number of times children become victims of cybersecurity or identity theft versus an adult. All right, let's move on to the next one. Okay, one of the things that is not quite accurate is a lot of people do not report any identity theft because a lot of people are afraid and ashamed actually to be labeled by their family and friends that they were stupid or idiots by giving their information out. So despite the fact that we have a spike in the data, but we still have a problem that people do not report it. And we need to make more awareness about the value of it, that people or the victims don't get ashamed of reporting it. And this is a major thing, that it's a responsibility, a social responsibility on our society to do that. Okay, moving on. Some of you might have noticed the news on November 10 about the guy, the hacker, the Asian hacker that got arrested. How many of you knew about that? Oh, good, good. There's a good awareness out there. All right. So, yes, we have hackers in Kuwait that are tied up with international network. And it is really a serious issue, but a lot of us are not paying attention to this on the news. Google in 2020, they removed 600 Android apps suspected of fraud. So you can imagine this is so much, and our kids are downloading these apps like crazy. All right. In a presentation by CYBERSECURITY Research, they highlighted Kuwait has a spike 64%. To us, this is very high, and we really need to think about it and take it seriously. It's not something that we can just shove it under the rug. It's a very serious matter. All right. Internet of Things. Everything has a smart chip now. The appliances, all of them do. So let's think about a couple of incidents that would be actually serious. All right. A lot of the A students that build their career on maintaining a 4.0 average, looking for universities to go to, okay, and somebody goes and hack their records and ruin their career and their future. What is the impact? What does that have on the kid? Some kids would commit suicide, and some kids will actually go on a rampage and killing people. So it does have a serious ramification of cyber bullying or cyber terrorism, that it actually does cost us lives. Somebody can have a vendetta against somebody and will actually go and modify medical records and change the medication, and boom, a lot of sudden that person is dead. All right, especially if they actually have something seriously between that person and the patient, or they want to inherit him. It's a Stephen King kind of scenario, but it can be true, and it has happened in some places. All right, home security. Well, definitely the least of your worries is not to be able to go home and be able to open your house and enter it, but definitely you don't want it to be on fire, set by somebody, or be robbed. And that's the Internet of Things, when everything, your appliances and your garage door and everything is hooked to the internet with your mobile. Somebody can hack into that. Okay. Job market. Right. Our kids these days, this generation, what is it, Alpha now? Because there's Generation X and Generation Z and Generation Alpha. Right. Their focus is on money. They want to be idols, they want to be celebrities, they want to be fashionistas, because their focus is on money, all right? How can we get them interested? By showing them that there is money to be made as a cybersecurity architect, software engineer, things in that field, because there is a big demand for it. and point out that he will make a lot of money. His salary will be very high. And that would be an incentive for them to actually pursue that career. Enough with medical school, please. Enough. Pretty much every child in Kuwait wants to go into medical school. Mind you, the robots and AI is coming to actually evaluate the patient and prescribe medication. All right. When to introduce cybersecurity? All right. I'm going to give you 3 points. All right. This is not a complete list, but 3 things. If the answer to one of them is yes, you need to address this issue with the child now. How many of you have children or nephews or nieces 2 years and a half and above? 2.5. Okay. 4 and 5? 6 and 7? All right. Okay. Now, if the child can play video games on an internet connected device, yes. If the child can download apps, then the answer is yes. If the child can answer a call on mobile or chat apps, the answer is yes. And we're not talking about, well, honey, don't give them the information, be aware. No, you actually sit down and work the details of it. In the States, they used to have the Stranger Danger program. Does anyone know about the Stranger Danger? Okay, very few people. Okay, Stranger Danger program is designed to tell the little kids, the age of 3 and 4, not to talk to strangers and not to take candy from strangers. Well, guess what? The candy now is free games, free video games. The candy now is brand gifts through cyber chat. Okay, they chat with the kid, they give them information with the promise that they will give them brand gifts. This is not what it used to be. It's not barui mal gabu. All right? Okay, so the answer yes to all 3, then you have to introduce it now. All right. How? This is not something that can be done with one person. This is a society. You know the definition of you need a whole village to raise up a child? Okay? We need the whole country to raise up the awareness, to protect it. And that goes, worldwide. It's not just Kuwait. But for us, because we are a small community, we actually can do that. Okay? Like, we don't have 50 states to worry about. We only have Kuwait. All right? And we're good. All right. So the parents, that's the first line of defense. The parents have to do their homework. They have to take the measures of protecting the kids. They have to educate them, and they have to put cyber walls, firewalls on their appliances and devices that are in the home. All right? A lot of parents don't do that. They don't know what apps their kids are downloading. They don't know what who they are talking to. This is serious, people. So parents and the home is the first place. Second place is the media, and we hope that entities like CITRA would take it seriously. And it's funny, we were talking about that during lunch break. That should be on the billboards. Where is Dr. Sada? Thank you. Yeah, it should be. We're tired of seeing ads for McDonald's and Burger Kings and Kentucky Fried Chicken, and our kids are obese and have diabetes. So, not to be sued by these companies, but the whole idea is that we need to make the awareness so clear to the people that they see it, they wake up with it, they sleep with it, because that's the only way that actually going to take it seriously. Schools. Oh, dear God. I love the presentation that was before. See how seriously people are taking it other countries? You start at a very early age. That's where we start. you know, remember, one of the things that when we were kids, all right, one of the fundamental things, the Islamic thing, okay, is the prayer, right? You teach the prayer from a younger age. You don't hit them on it, you don't punish them, but to instill in them the value of it. Same thing with the fasting. Why do we do this? We make them practice and practice and practice. Because once we have them embedded in them, they automatically will do it. So why not start at an early age by telling them, we don't share information with strangers. We have to make sure that mommy and daddy approves the apps that you want to download. Let us know who you're talking to and be aware of freebies. Nothing for free that doesn't have any implications attached to it. All right? Okay. So far interested or is... Okay, good. Hopefully there were extra things then from the other, different from the other presentations. All right. What CAFOS is going to do? All right. Since I told you my program is very focused on increasing the knowledge in science, technology, engineering, and math, this is a very major area that we're going to focus on. We started with the programming and the coding, and we sponsored a lot of the courses in that for the kids, starting from age 8 all the way to 18. And you should see these little kids, 9 years old. He talks about programming as if he'd done it 10 years, more than his age. Anyway, so we're going to sponsor programs that actually focus on cybersecurity and break it down into the different age groups. Because when you are dealing with elementary, it's different than when we're dealing with middle school, different when you're dealing with high school. But the focus will be, we have to make them aware of cyberbullying, the impact of cyber blackmailing, all these things, and the ramifications, the legal ramifications to it. Where's Dr. Fawaz? the law part of it. It's very important that the high schooler understand if he hacks into a system or National Bank of Kuwait, that he will be, the Central Bank of Kuwait, that he will be in big trouble. They need to know that. It is not fun to steal money. It is not fun to hurt other people's feelings. It's not okay to actually post pictures inappropriate about somebody. It is not acceptable to start rumors about other people and ruin their careers. That is something that we have to work on. Okay, next is work on various entities like Ministry of Education to actually incorporate these programs within the school curriculum. Teachers. Somebody talked about teachers and the importance of teaching the teachers. Absolutely. If we make the teachers aware, they will inject the classes with these things because they will remember it and they will pass it on. And the kids usually are accepting of what the teachers tell them. Okay, so if the teacher talked about it, they will go home and even bring it up and talk about it to their parents. So teachers training and workshops for them is one of the things that we can take as a responsibility for us. And last but not least, since there are certain groups of the society that we cannot reach, we actually co-fund events and workshops at the NGOs, nonprofit organizations. And this is the last point. And this is actually one of the things that we actually can reach these pockets of society that we couldn't reach otherwise. And with this is my last thing. We talked about the why, the when, the how, and the what. And if you're interested in an update on what's going on in the world and the cyber threats, here's a website that you actually can check out in your spare time. Okay? Thank you for good listening. And if you have any question, let me know, or we can discuss it during the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Livna Okasha. I did not mean to rush you. I just really felt like standing up. So, and also thank you to KFOS for continuing to push us further. Honestly, you guys do wonderful things in Kuwait, so they deserve another round of applause for that. Thank you. Thank you again. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Ali Al-Ma'toug from Babian Bank and Kuwait Banking Association. Join me in welcoming him to the stage. Thank you. Mic is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Is it working? First, my name is Ail Matoug. السلام عليكم. أول شيء أعرف عن نفسي. My name is Ail Matoug. I'm a senior manager in Information Security Department at Babian Bank. I'm also the risk representative at KBA, the Kuwait Bank Association. Today what I'm going to do, I'm going to speak about why do we need cybersecurity education in school. As you know, starting with the pandemic since last year and with the emerging of new technologies, we can say our cyber education become an importance. Why? Because all schools now are adapting the e-learning and kids are spending more time using their BDA, the personal device assistants, whether it is an iPad or tablets or a laptop. All these needs to be more monitored, and children need to be educated on how to use these devices. Children now is exposed to a lot of technologies and spending a lot of time with the technology doing education, gaming, video streaming, chatting, and also some of them are hearing some podcast or music. All of these channels are an exposure to our children and might put our children in a multiple risk. When are we talking about risk related to the technology? Let's talk about the cyberbullying. Based on Kaspersky, the latest report says that 46% of children or at young age getting cyberbullied. That's almost half. Cyberbullying affecting our children mentally and even led them to even suicide. We do have also cyber predator. When we are talking about cyber predator, we are talking about the pedophile, the sexual cyber predator, and we are talking about the psychopaths. If you heard, since 2016, there's a game called the Blue Whale Challenge, which led children to harm themselves and in the end to suicide. We also have the posting private information. Kids are now posting everything on the internet. Why? They do have an iPad, they take a photo of their parents or they're taking photo around the house and post it on the internet. If they don't know what they are posting, then our privacy is in danger. Children are easily falling for phishing. They don't think as adult. So they are more as a phishing victims, also falling for a scam. If the kids receive an ad telling them that this is a free app, they will install it. If the kids receive an ad telling, if you get this or you download this link, you will get a free gem in this game, they will click on it. They are easily fall to this scamming. Also, they might accidentally downloading a malware or ransomware. As you know, ransomware or the increase of ransomware have reached more than 300% in the past 2 years. Whatever they post on the internet, they cannot be deleted. So maybe a children nowadays with a TikTok post a video on the internet and the video goes viral. This video may affect their health mentally, and it will haunt them forever because it will never be deleted from the internet. So the question is, how do we build a cybersecurity education in school? We need to teach our children how to deal with the current cyber event and how to deal with the current internet event as a user of the internet. So we need to focus, when we are talking about the curriculum, we need to focus on understanding the privacy they need. The children need to understand what to post on the internet and what to not. What data they need to share it to the internet and what to not. For example, is it okay to share your real life home location? It is not. Is it okay to share your real name, your father information, all these data, your BII, the personal identifier information? Is it okay to share it or not? Kids need to understand that these information are private and not to be shared. Second, they need to understand whom they are talking to. Is it a peer? If it's a peer, is it okay if he's bullying me or not? Is he a stranger? If he is a stranger, then he needs to understand how old is he and why he's talking to me. Is it okay for a stranger to talk to me? We need to set a rule and guidelines. If a kids have a rules, they will follow it. For example, you have a screen timing. You cannot go to the internet unless you finish your homework. When you go to the internet, you need to access only these websites. If you go to the YouTube, if your age is below 14, you need to go to YouTube Kids. You are not allowed to go to YouTube. For example, you need to make this rule clear. You need to explain what is malware and how the malware will affect your device, how the malware may corrupt your device. Kids are smart and they will get it. They will understand what is malware if you explain it in an easy way. You need to give the kids responsibility. If you want your kids to follow the rules, you need to give them responsibilities. You need to give them the responsibilities on how to use the timing on the iPad. You need to give them the responsibility of their own password in the early age. If you teach the kids how to be responsible and if you teach the kids that you are responsible of your password, he will understand not to share it and what will happen if he lost his password. Kids need to understand what to post online. Kids need to understand that whatever they post online, it will haunt them forever. In the online, there is no delete button. So whenever you post it there, it will remain there forever. Kids need to understand the logic of scamming and phishing. There is nothing for free in the internet. If it is free, then you are the product. Kids need to be, you need to make sure that all kids understand that nothing is for free, nothing, if it is too good to be true, then it is a scam or a phishing. Kids need to be more vigilant and need to understand how to be more vigilant when using the internet. They need to report everything they see, everything they watch, everything they receive. If someone is talking to them, they need to report it. That's how vigilant they need to be. And you need to encourage them how to be vigilant when using the internet. Now, the question is, how do we build this? What's the way, or how can we reach to children to achieve these focus points? First, we need to create a child-friendly environment for the kids in order to understand the technology. You cannot come to a kid and try to explain them, for example, how the malware works, or you need him to do a reverse engineering on a malware. That's not a kid's level. What you need to do, you need to give them a kids-friendly environment and to show them in an animated way how the scammer is work, how the phishing work. You need to do it in an easy way. You need to explain it for a kid. And this way, you will make sure that the kids will understand how to identify phishing, how to identify a scammer, how to identify a malware. Second, we need to explain the rules. If you are giving the kids the rules, they need to understand why you are giving them these rules, why you are setting them. For example, the gaming is only for 30 minutes. You need to give them an explanation for every rule that you set. Kids will not follow the rules if they are not convinced. If you convince them, then you will make sure that all the rules will be set. You need to give them the rules, like if you have a free app, you should not download it. Why you should not download it? What's the harm if you did download it? They need to understand. You need to encourage them. I'm talking about school, not home. You need to teach them how to report an incident. If someone bullying them, they need to report it. Is it okay to report it to school? Yes, it is okay to report it to school. They need to know and they need to understand how to deal with the cyber criminals. If someone trying to contact with them, if someone is trying to steal their information, if someone's trying to encourage them to do some stuff or to download some apps, you need to encourage them to report everything. You need to gain their trust. Let's say, if a kid broke one of these rules, you said, don't access this website for a certain reason, and the kids went and accessed that website, and he clicked on a link, and he installed a malware. If you don't gain their trust, they will not report it, because what they did, they broke the first rule first. So you need to gain their trust to get all the reports. If they knew that they will not get the punishment, that it might happen, I will warm up. Okay, you need to gain their trust, easily. You need to teach them about the cyber technology. Kids need to know what are the cyber technology and what are the importance of the cyber technology. They need to understand how to deal with each type of technology in a way of a cyber security. In this way, you can create a culture for the children at school that will help the parents with their awareness and education to build an educational, a cybersecurity educational environment in the whole country. So you start from home, you go then to school, then you will end up with a child that is cybersecurity aware, and he will be more vigilant than any regular person. This is the end, and thank you for your time.
I'll be using that, so. I am not the one calling the shots, obviously, so we are just here. We're all following orders this afternoon. Anyways, thank you very much, Mr. Alin Matoug, for the informative words and your time and dedication by raising awareness on this issue. Thank you. Okay, for now, we are going to be having a discussion panel about investing in cybersecurity education in Kuwait, but we ask you guys to bear with us for a couple of minutes while our tech crew sets this up, and then I will be introducing everybody. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, CITRA, for organizing with the other partners this wonderful event. Thank you for the audience after a heavy lunch, maybe, surviving the lunch. I'm very happy to have a group of esteemed panelists. I'm moderating this panel. I bring my experience as an educator in a university setting, where I have one of my specializations is cybersecurity. I would like to talk about, moderate the discussions on cybersecurity in school education. We know cybersecurity is about protection and securing digital assets and data. It is really, after all, we do this to secure and protect human beings. Children is classified as vulnerable human being, vulnerable part of the society. Whatever it is, under 18, under 16, depending on the country and legislations. But these are vulnerable members of the society. We provide them with high-tech tools, technology tools, and we have the social responsibility to protect them. It used to be physical safety. You know, you care about the child crossing the street or getting into a car or doing things physically. Now we are talking about online safety. What are we doing to really take care of this aspect of well-being of this very important part of the population, vulnerable population, that is children. Schools have a very important role to play in this. It is not only to provide awareness, but we know we are talking about in Kuwait, I think is about 35% of the population is under 18. And we really, this is a big tank from which we can draw the future cyber analyst, the future cyber engineer, this future planners for cybersecurity. So not only we want to make the children aware, but we also want to draw the best of them to be engaged into furthering their education, higher education, and we are happy to receive them in all the universities in Kuwait to really fill the gap in the sector that is very promising, as you mentioned, promising in terms of posture and in terms of salary. You mentioned the salary, but also as a contributor to the safety of others. You know, it's like you are the digital army for the country, the online army. So I want to start from here. We know we have covered wonderful talks about this by Dr. Lubna, by Dr. Sarah, and Dr. Virginia. And we were very happy to listen to those talks, very insightful, and gave lots of ideas. Dr. Lubna, from the perspective of a catalyst in Kuwait, would like to hear from you about the future plan, action plan, as a result of this gathering. I'm sure you have already ideas, and you have new ideas now. You would like to consolidate them. I'd like to hear from the panel, a couple of minutes, and then we'll also go to the audience. This is a very important topic because we are all parents, we all have children, and we really want to protect them and protect their well-being. Dr. Lubna?
I'll change there. I was told this is your microphone and this is mine. Thank you so much, Dr. Saak. It's such a wonderful opportunity to be part of this because it is such a concern worldwide, and I appreciate my colleagues in presenting what they did for 2 days, and I really appreciate what Dr. Sarah and Dr. Virginia presented today, because that will make my job easier. CAF has been a foundation that aims to work as you said, as a catalyst to bring technology, to bring awareness to the community, to Kuwait. So one of our major things going forward is to put a plan that it's going to incorporate what to include for the education, different levels of education, elementary, middle, and high school. And actually, I prefer actually to start from kindergarten, because this day and age, the kids like 2.5, he holds the iPad or the mobile and he operates it as if he knows everything about it, and he doesn't talk yet. So they are so technology aware and so ready for it that we cannot wait. So we'll make a plan. We'll incorporate what was presented today, and we'll definitely seek the help of Dr. Virginia and Dr. Sarah. And we'll present that to the Ministry of Education and the private schools that are in Kuwait, and encourage them to actually incorporate it. One of the things that is very typical in our country here is that we wait for others to do it, and then we actually kind of copy it. You know, if the neighbors have the new TV, let them try it first. And then if it's really good, then we'll buy it. So we hope that we'll have somebody that will actually take the lead, and then everybody will be anxious to follow. The other thing is the awareness campaign. We're going to drive for a major awareness campaign on the risks of it, the dangers of it, how to avoid it, how to actually start from home. Like I said, it's very important that we start from home. A lot of the parents are not aware how to actually put locks on their apps, that you cannot, to stop the apps from downloading their information. A lot of them don't even have this deny button checked. So we're hoping that we actually do a campaign and make it a high visible issue, that people will be aware of it and try to implement it at home, at school, and in the society. Thank you.
Let me switch to our online participant panelist. Dr. Anoud, I know from your experience in awareness building for government employees, what can you tell us about mapping your experience or bringing it to awareness for parents? We mentioned parents. We also have teachers that are going to supervise the student learning, school administrators. They are all at that level, and we need also this awareness at this level, so that it will be more effective when we deal with the children under this. Your thought on this?
I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
First of all, thank you for inviting me today to speak to your audience, and thank you very much, Dr. Lubna. We are all working together to enhance our capacities towards having a common understanding on what cybersecurity means in Kuwait. As the NATO regional center in Kuwait, we have been trying to promote cybersecurity awareness within governmental employees since 2017. Working with NATO in the domain of cyber defense and cybersecurity in 3 and 4 different courses. So what does this mean to parents or school administration? It means that it would be very interesting for us to speak to children about different fields of education, artificial intelligence. And by the time these children finish school, there will be more or new technologies coming in the government or in the market. So it would be advisable to incorporate upcoming technologies into our curriculums. So when these students graduate, they will find the market, job market, since it's an issue in Kuwait and other countries, is to have the job market. cybersecurity or technology is high demand today, it's in high demand, and we would recommend that schools and high schools raise awareness in new technologies. This will facilitate then our training programs in the future for employees in the government sector. We've been trying to bring together our fellow colleagues in CITRA and other government entities, also in the GCC level, to have a common understanding of what cybersecurity means to the region and to have a common standards with the NATO. So this is what we're trying to do at the center in very short, and we hope that this can provide a kind of promotion, or it kind of motivates schools and universities to pay more attention into this field. And then they will probably find better jobs and have a better quality and enhancing our capacity buildings in the nation, in the nation level in Kuwait. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alanoud. Dr. Virginia, any thoughts about the Kuwait context? How does it relate with the international level? If you have any thought about it, or any suggestion, recommendations?
Right. Thank you. So I'm not. I don't have the knowledge of how cybersecurity is embedded in Kuwait curriculum. So I would not like to comment on that. But skills building is hugely important, as we have seen in the other countries that we looked at. And the role of parents and guardians and the schools is key in that respect as well. So it's not only about building capacity in school, so empowering teachers in terms of training, and so they can actually be able to convey, to teach students on this respect, the cybersecurity respect, but also the environment around the children in terms of helping parents to gain skills as well as the children to be able to support them, right? And I think that what we have seen in the project that we run with GFCE is that it's difficult for parents, right? So usually children know more about technology than parents do. So we need to actually help. So governments, NGOs, and local schools have to help parents to gain skills as well, to support the children. And this might come in different ways, I think. So kind of events promoted by schools, for example, for parents, but also material in terms of engaging parents with students for thinking about cybersecurity. So, for example, we have seen kind of, for example, games being launched in terms of parents and children playing it, guiding the concepts of cybersecurity as well. So helping them to actually support the children, but it needs to be with knowledge, right? So not to convey the wrong message to the children. And all the things that are important as well in terms of getting that are activity sheets or online resources, etc. But there are so many online resources as well that it's complicated for parents to actually know what is to trust and what is not to trust, to kind of select the best one. So again, there is a role to be played by governments and NGOs around this as well, to help accessibility of trustworthy material and material that actually helps and not be more confusing and add to the complexity of the job. So yeah, I think that this is what we have seen.
Thank you, Dr. Virginia. Dr. Sarah, your input into this?
Thank you. I think I fully agree with what Dr. Virginia was saying and the rest of the panel. One of the key concerns for me is we are talking about the breadth of material out there, but actually getting teachers and parents to engage with it. And we've certainly found that using, we call them war stories, but stories from actual criminal cases or actual civil cases that really bring home why this is important, rather than just this theoretical, it might happen to you. We found that certainly very good for creating an engagement culture and opening those conversations. And also victim empowerment, so showing students what might be there that might help if they have made a mistake. And students at that age, they're learning, so mistakes are going to happen, or they might not be as security conscious as an adult or someone more experienced. Showing them that there is material there, how to access help, what help is available, what happens, so that they have that empowerment to come forward. That's really helpful as well.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Lubna, we know, everything is bound and budget is bound. How would you set up, people like to see tangible things, and cybersecurity is risk, and risk may not happen. And that is a problem, is people don't see the value of it until they fall into it. How would you set up a nice budget from KFAS to really support activities? We know KFAS has tons of money, right?
Oh dear God, here we go.
And how do you sell this to your organization?
Well, as I said, KFAS, for some of you don't know, that we are not funded by the government, we are funded by the private sector. And the companies, registered companies, pay 1% of their net profit to the foundation. Now, it is not mandatory, but it is actually part of a decree, an Emiri decree. Now, what we can actually do, we don't have an open checkbook actually, unfortunately, because a lot of the funding right now comes from our investment of the portfolio that we have. So 1/3 only comes now from the private sector, because a lot of companies also suffered a lot with the corona. What we have as a privilege is that we actually have a lot of partners from the stakeholders that are eager to do corporate social responsibility. So if we initiated the thing and we raised the flag about it, we actually can get a lot of funds from the companies that would be willing to participate in this, especially if it's a campaign, if it's training for the kids, or even or the teachers, the workshop for the teachers. So alone, we're not going to be able to do it, but we are a generous community. Kuwait is a very generous community, and we actually give to the outsiders. So we are actually generous with one another here in Kuwait. So I don't think it's going to be a problem getting the amount of funding and amount of this and the support that we need. Not at all. I think everybody, even if I ask in this room to everybody to chip even 1 dinar toward that campaign, I'm pretty sure we'll all give even more than that. So the money issue is not going to be the problem. It is working. Oh, and it's the organization and getting everybody on board with it. the timing, it might be the issue. Like we would be leaders in something or initiate something, but for other people to follow suit or to get involved, that is the challenge that we have. Some people are slow in approaching this or dealing with it, and that's what we need to light the fire underneath them and get them going. But otherwise, I'm pretty sure we are resilient. Kuwait is a resilient people, a resilient country, and I think once we put our heads into it, we can actually do it. Thank you.
Let me turn to the audience just to give it a different flavor. I'm sure lots of interest on this. I hope we'll have a couple of questions to the panelists. The panelists will decide to answer the question they feel they like to answer. So, yes, please. Yes. Where is this going? Yeah. Just let us your name and your question.
I'm Sulaiman Al-Sulaiman, computer engineer. My question is, at the end of the day, smart devices are bad for the children's health. It's bad for their eyes, back, neck. And if we pass all of that, we have cyber threats. So do you see not giving children smart devices is a solution or is a choice?
Well, my take on this is, do you not give an adult a car? It's just like this. I mean, this is now a fact of life. We have those tools. We need to really work on having a system, an environment that is healthy, that is safe, that is secure in all aspects. I'll leave the answer to any panelist if you like to answer. Yes, please, Virginia.
I think this is an interesting question. So I think that we can try to build a castle around our kids and children, but it will, at some point, it will not work. So children have access so if you don't give a smart device, for example, they will have access to other people's smart device. They will have access to computers at school or whatever, or with a friend, so I think that capacity building for the children themselves to start thinking about thinking twice before, for example, sharing something online and understanding how the technology works is crucial. So I think that they have to start be empowered with skills to be able to be secure citizens, so to think by themselves in terms of security and safety. So I think that we can try, and we try all the time, right, to protect the children and of course develop secure technology. This is our job, but we need to empower them to be in the world with smart devices around them and be as much protected as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other answer? Or we go and take a second question.
Thank you. My name is Raymond. I'm from Kuwait National Assembly, the cybersecurity team. What you guys are doing is truly amazing, keeping in mind the youngest of the generation. I have a 7-year-old daughter, and she's very much into gadgets. The question I have is to what you all said when it comes to contribution. Now, apart from funds, and which is of course very important, in this room alone, there are a lot of IT people, there are a lot of technical cybersecurity professionals. How can we contribute to this cause? Because when you say that you all are working hard and you need to put that fire into people, I think it's possible when we do it as a community. Whether we come from in the industry itself, how can we work with you all as an organization or as an individual? There's a lot we can put together on the table.
Well, I will just
Yeah,
inject
go ahead.
one idea. We
Yes,
can
please.
start to create an interest group. Maybe we'll coordinate it with CITRA. We can start an interest group that bring together stakeholders, parents, teachers, educators.
Yeah, in our case, the foundation is much easier to deal with and contact. As I said, we're not government entity, so we don't have a lot of red tapes at all. So we usually get in touch with people right away, and we follow up. And like the doctor said, we actually form groups, and we do contact people and seek their support and involvement. When we talk about, for example, doing coding and offering coding training for our children, we actually approach the companies to help us with that. And actually, I have spoken to a local company about designing cybersecurity training for high schoolers, and I got a proposal, and I'm in the process of reviewing it. So yes, you actually can contact me. We love to get you involved, and the more the merrier, because the more that we cover, the more people we can reach, the more kids that we can teach, the more parents that we can reach also, and the teachers, then we can cover the majority of the community, and then we can reach our goal faster. So by all means, if you're interested, give me a call. I did put my information on board. If you didn't have a chance, talk to me after the panel, and I'll be glad to give you my information. Please, please get in touch with us. We would love to hear from you and get you involved with us. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. One question related to the main, what is your way of approaching the Ministry of Education? Is there any contact?
Yes, actually, through the directory that I'm in, we have a very close tie to the Ministry of Education. We actually, during the Corona, they requested from us to equip 12 studios with cameras and recording equipments to tape the material so they can put it on their channel, on their YouTube channel for the kids, and make the lessons available online. So CAFAS actually did equip 12 studios for them during the Corona. I actually was the one involved in that. During the highlight of the Corona, actually, the ministry closed down for 2 weeks after that with infection. But we actually have a very strong relationship with them. We had for years. We support the Olympiad of our kids that they go and participate in international competitions. We sponsor training for the students and the teachers. We have an agreement with one of the local private universities where workshops are held for the teachers from MOE, Ministry of Education, to actually teach them about or give them training on specific topics. And we actually sponsored a website where they can have their own forum to discuss matters and issues that concerns them. So we do have a very strong relationship with the Ministry of Education, and so it will not be a problem for us to contact them and work with them on that.
Unfortunately, we don't have a panelist from the Ministry of Education. Otherwise, we would have a direct involvement, and they would. Yes. Let me take an answer or a question from Alanud, and then we'll go to the third question from the audience. Yes, Dr. Alanud.
Thank you, Dr. Lubna, because you've said a lot of things that I would want to respond to the question. With regards to stakeholders, we have various stakeholders in the governmental level. CAFAS is doing a great job of funding programs and reaching out to schools in terms of early education and high school. What we're doing here is reaching out to government institutions in cooperation with CITRA. So we're trying to enhance our national cybersecurity strategy goals, is to have standards to what it means, and the stakeholders we're working with in terms of government entities and others, as foreign embassies or NATO, is quite big. And the universities in Kuwait, whether it's Kuwait University or the Kuwait College for Science and Technology or the American University of Kuwait, they're all interested in promoting cybersecurity and work with the public sector with enhancing capabilities at national level. Just to add on to what Dr. Radman is saying. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the third question from the... We'll take one more question. One last question. We started 5 minutes late, so...
Okay, I promise it's going to be a hopefully question. So when we're talking about cybersecurity and cybersecurity in education, we often, the image that comes to mind is dark rooms, right? Computers, dark screens, black screens. So I'm wondering if there was, any highlights or, let's say, examples where we taught cybersecurity, but we did not necessarily use a computer or a smartphone. So have you come across, any educational program targeting young, children or what have you, that does not conveys the types of messages that we want to convey, but without necessarily using technology? This is a weird question, but hopefully it wakes everybody up in the room. Thanks.
I think Dr. Sarah can talked about gamification, maybe a way of...
Actually, I am aware of one. We trialed something in a primary school where we didn't use computers. We got them to write on a piece of paper with a pencil a secret message and give it to a friend and then rub the message out so that the message had effectively been deleted. And then what we showed them was using a wax crayon that they could rub over the paper and get the message back. And then we compared that to how computers and digital devices work. So we found that was quite effective, and with the younger students, it was easier for them to get their heads around than actually working with the digital device.
Yeah, I think I also thought about role playing between
say.
parent and child, like trying to test, for example, whether they would give private data, whether about the password, for example, check their passwords, what would be a good password. There are things that can be done.
Sure.
Do you like to?
Yeah, actually, you have to deal with the different age groups according to what it will be the most effective way to reach them. And role playing is wonderful with little ones. They get it right away, and so you don't need equipments or computer labs to do that. You just have to be creative on how to approach them, and they are so resilient in accepting it. But the key is how you introduce it to them. Okay, but role playing, like Dr. Sadek said, and absolutely is the easiest way to do that. And we actually have at CAFOS presented a lot of the topics with respect to chemistry, for example, by having a mad scientist kind of guy stand in front of them and show them chemistry experiments that they went wild with it. So yes, role playing, you can bring it to their level and they will understand it just like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we run out of time. Thank you, panelists, for your input to this. This is a very important topic. We cannot emphasize more. Thank you, audience, and we would like you to have a rest of the day with more talks, and we hope to keep those events happening, so we'll be on the top of things. Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the organizers of the event, and Dr. Sarah, Dr. Virginia, and Dr. Al-Anud do not go anywhere because they would like to take a group photo. So if the organizers of the event could come up to the front, please, along with our physical people here and our virtual people. So this is going to be an interesting photo. I would like to thank you guys again. We are going to be taking a short break for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll be right back. Thank you guys. right now. That was kind of sarcastic. Okay, well, you guys are back, and we are going to be awarding 5 winners to attend a cybersecurity seminar at KCST. So we're going to start by picking the first winner. Virtual drum roll, please. Okay. Winner Taiba Khalid, and I'm not sure how to say her last name, so I'm not going to. We're going to pick another name. The second winner is Shahid Khalil. Now, as for our third winner, it's going to be Karim Quraishi. Okay. And for our fourth winner, it's going to be Hawra Adnan Hussein. And one more winner to attend this seminar is going to be Osama Ahmed. Okay, well, these are our 5 winners. And so we request all winners to contact the organizers of this event for more details. But for right now, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Dawood Bahbahani, who will be joining us virtually from City University in London to speak about measuring cybersecurity using machine learning techniques.
Am I audible? Awesome. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I can hear my own voice. Let me just mute this. Hello, everyone. I'm super excited to be here. A quick introduction about myself. My name is Mahani. I'm a research student at City University of London. My research is in partnership with Kuwait College of Science and Technology. So my first supervisor is Professor Raj, and my second supervisor is Professor Khalid. I'm also a senior manager, assistant head of information security, privacy, and anti-fraud at Kuwait International Bank. The objective of my research is to explore the numerous approaches to cybersecurity threat management and apply machine learning technique that enables a pragmatic approach towards an effective measurement of cybersecurity threats. There are 2 objectives of this presentation. A, to highlight the current trends in cyber risk management. B, present a brief overview of currently work in progress research paper in collaboration with KCST. A quick introduction. As we all know, cybersecurity threat landscape is changing rapidly as new cybersecurity threats are emerging. Organizations must invest heavily in the procurement of effective cybersecurity controls to protect its information assets, as failure to do so can lead to reputational damage. Therefore, risk management can provide organizations with a framework that can enable an effective identification of threats and vulnerabilities towards a optimized expenditure prioritization. As the last thing we want is random spending, especially that cybersecurity is an OpEx. ISO 31000 states that a risk is effective uncertainty on objectives, and risk management is about coordination, control of risk. So a question here, is risk always a negative matter? The answer would be no, as in project management there are positive and negative effects on a project's objective. Say, for example, a project that completes early is a positive risk. When we look at risk types, there are numerous risk types available. So we've got strategic risk, we've got market risk, we've got credit risk, we've got operational risk, and compliance risk and IT risk. So let's take some examples. So credit risk is about the risk of lending money to individuals and corporate not getting it back. Operational risk is about, for example, risk of failed internal process that could lead to operational issues. As for IT, this is basically the cybersecurity risk and our focus for today. Now, when we talk about the risk methodologies, there are 2 types of risk methodologies. We've got a quantitative versus qualitative. Quantitative risk assessment focuses on the numbers. whilst a qualitative risk assessment is less about numbers and more about what would actually happen. We began our research by conducting a systematic literature review on quantitative risk assessment. We adopted the preferred reporting items for systematics review and meta-analysis, also known as PRISMA. So PRISMA has 27 item checklist and 4-phase flow diagram. We started with 466 papers, and after careful screening, we ended up with 82 papers from reputable journals. As we explored the papers, it was clear that dynamic risk assessment was the most trending approach. Adapting to new information, handling data scarcity and data uncertainties were the major limitations with quantitative risk assessment approach. Therefore, dynamic risk assessment was the key solution to the problem. One could also say that dynamic risk assessment is a method that basically reassesses risk by continuously updating probabilities of event as new information becomes available. Once we concluded the review, it was evident that dynamic risk assessment should be dynamic, it should be probabilistic, it should be real-time, economically mapped, computationally fast. When we say dynamic, it basically means it should adapt to changing environment. Probabilistic means predicting known and unknown threats. Real-time indicates that the framework is updated when information is required, and reduced time in decision-making means computationally fast. We've noted an increase in research back in 2013, and we're expecting even more by end of 2021. Machine learning was the most used approach by 67%, and 39% out of those 67% utilized Bayesian network approach and risk assessment. We've also noted that the general IT and industrial control systems were the most industries dynamic risk assessment was applied. 64% of the papers claimed that they can predict unknown attacks. And MATLAB was the most common software used to develop algorithms. The literature review inspired us to develop our own framework. We decided to call it CITRA, Cloud Enterprise Dynamic Risk Assessment. Its objective is to enable a dynamic risk assessment of a cloud setup for financial organizations. Our key problem statement that despite the availability of techniques for identifying and measuring cloud services, however, they lack the ability to basically assess vulnerabilities collectively, assessing the domino effects of the attack, mapping monetary losses for better decision making. The framework consists of bow-tie analysis and dynamic Bayesian network. The framework consists, as I mentioned, of both of these. So let's explore together the bow-tie analysis. The reason why it is called a bow-tie, well, because it looks like a bow-tie. The threats are outlined on the left-hand side with their control measures, known also as the safety barriers, and the consequences on the right-hand side with the recovery measures. Here's an exemplary realization of a bow-tie analysis for a man in smoke. So the man in smoke is the hazardous event. So we've got on the left-hand side, we have the top threats with their control measures, and on the right-hand side, we've got the top consequences along with the recovery measures. For example, if we look at sleep as the top threat, has alarm, evacuation, searching premise as control measures. And on the other hand side, we have intoxication with tactic ventilation, escape mask usage, and ladder as recovery measures. The bow-tie helps us to visualize the threats and consequences easily. And basically, that's the beauty of it. Because bow-tie is static by nature, we mentioned earlier that the ultimate model should be dynamic. We've introduced Bayesian network to our framework. Bayesian networks are a type of probabilistic graphical model. They are ideal for tasks such as prediction, anomaly detection, diagnostic, and reasoning. The dynamic Bayesian network is mainly an extension of a standard Bayesian network with concept of time. Well, Bayesian network is also a graphically presented model, as we can see here. Given our objective is to achieve dynamic behavior over time, bow-tie model must be converted into dynamic Bayesian network. So the x1 to x4 represent the variables which are the top of the events of the bow-tie, and the arcs presents the causal relationship. So our framework basically looks like this. We've got the vulnerabilities are fed into the model, Our bow tie model is constructed based on the top events and the safety barriers. Then we map the bow tie to the Bayesian network. Then we introduce the monetary terms to achieve quantified cyber risk that management can basically comprehend. We developed a Python program to train the model using the vulnerability dataset we have created based on the Capital One incident. So Capital One incident was one of the first banks in the world to invest in migrating their on-premises data center to a cloud computing environment, which played a key role in the data leakage incident back in 2019. Basically, Capital One said they have leaked, the adversaries have leaked sensitive customer information by an external individual. To basically wrap this up, I would like to conclude with 4 points. The trend is towards a dynamic risk assessment. There is a potential gap in cloud risk assessment. We'll witness an increase in adoption of machine learning utilization. Bow tie analysis and dynamic Bayesian network model are fit for dynamic risk assessment. And I hope you have all enjoyed this presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Daoud Babahani, for that information. We are now going to invite Professor Omar Rana about scaling blockchains for Internet of Things and edge computing. So join me in welcoming him. It will be virtual as well.
Assalamu alaikum. So let me just share my screen. Let me know if you can see my screen. Are you able to see that?
We are able to see your screen.
Great, perfect. Okay. Great. So thank you very much. So it's a great opportunity to be here. So the title of the talk is Scaling Blockchains for IoT and Edge Computing. So I'm a professor in computer science at Cardiff University. And actually, I grew up in Kuwait. I was actually attending New English School in Jabriya many years ago. So great to be here. So Cardiff University this is where I come from. So it's a member of the Russell Group of research-led universities in the UK. We have a QS rank of 159 and a Times Higher Education ranking of 191. About 33,000 students, of which 9,500 are postgraduates, 6,500 staff from 87 countries. About 30% of our staff are international. And we have over 160,000 alumni in 180 countries. So we are also second in the UK in terms of our research impact, which is the impact of our research on industry and society. And of course, the greatest asset that any university has is their students. And Professor Khalid Al-Begain also has lived in Cardiff, so it's wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Begain, for inviting me. So we have a MSc in cybersecurity at Cardiff University, and we are a UK government academic center of excellence in cybersecurity. We have an industry steering board for this master's program with industry like Airbus, Thales, BT, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and Amazon Web Services. So we have dedicated labs, for example, as you can see here, for Internet of Things from companies like Vortex IoT, which is a Cardiff-based company, Libellium, Zolerti, and so on. We also have something called the Cyber Range for industrial control systems to support things like operational cybersecurity, operational technology. So you can see here the setup of the rig, which will allow us to inject cyber attacks into these industrial control systems. And South Wales has a cybersecurity cluster, about 400 small and medium scale companies working in cybersecurity. And we have this blockchains connected Wales group that also looks at the idea of cybersecurity. That's just a big picture from the place where I come from. Okay, so the title of this talk in terms of blockchains and Internet of Things. So we have a variety of devices we have today. So we can have mobile devices and wearable devices to things that we can sit within our cars. Our cars are becoming more and more intelligent, and we have this idea of vehicular networks and smart appliances within vehicles, right up to the other end where we have accelerator and high-end devices. So these devices are generating data at different rates, from megabits to gigabits per second to terabits per second for these high-end devices. And what happens is that these devices channel their data through a backbone network into a cloud platform, right? So what happens is that these cloud platforms and these network backbone can also become programmable. So we have things like software-defined networks and virtual machines and container frameworks that can sit within cloud platforms. However, what people have realized in recent years is that in addition to processing in the cloud, your edge devices are also very capable, right? So increasing availability of processing in the edge devices means that your cloud is no longer just a data center. Your cloud computing is all of this, right? So it's the edge, the in-network, and the data center. So this provides us the opportunity to do things like edge analytics, edge caching and data storage, something called federated learning, where devices are part of the learning process, embedded edge computing, and we are transitioning from 5G networks to something called 6G networks and something called terahertz communication, where again, the connectivity of these edge devices to backend platform becomes important. So in terms of blockchains for these edge devices that you can see here, we have a number of scale challenges in terms of scaling out blockchains. So blockchain implementations currently can use a variety of techniques. So we can change the sharding structure in blockchain. So essentially you don't have a single blockchain, but you have a multiple number of these. So what is blockchain important? If I just go back to the previous picture. So every time your device does something, you want to record it in a cloud platform for auditing purposes in the future, right? So what you do is you run a blockchain backend, which takes every data value that you record so that you can audit, for example, where the data came from, the quality of the data itself. So blockchain can be a backend platform that can be used to audit the data values that are generated from these edge devices. So scaling these blockchains become important because as we grow the size of our number of devices that we have, the blockchain backend needs to scale very, very significantly. So the idea is that we need to identify a mechanism to verify a transaction to add to the chain. So as we add more nodes to the system, we increase the number of transactions, and therefore our backend blockchain systems need to scale. So these are the kind of metrics, right, that a blockchain system needs to look at. So for example, if I look at Ethereum, which is one of the widely available public blockchains, it can support about 15 transactions per second. If I look at Bitcoin, which is a blockchain system used for cryptocurrencies, that can only support 7 transactions per second. Right? If I compare it with financial systems like Visa, credit card processing, and PayPal, Visa is about 1.7 thousand transactions per second, and PayPal is 193 transactions per second. So you can see here, right, that current blockchain systems are not scalable. The other thing is that the amount of storage that you need in order to store these large chains. So the block size, for example, Ethereum and Bitcoin, you can see, can vary from 305 gigabytes to about 222 gigabytes and so on. So increasing the size of these chains can also limit where you can put them. So every time you use a blockchain, every time you carry out a transaction in a blockchain, that also incurs a cost, right? It's called the transaction fee. So the greater the transaction fee, the greater the limited number of people who can engage in these blockchains. And the other question is that every time you record a transaction in a blockchain, there is also a latency. That is the time it takes for that transaction to actually be recorded. And the greater that delay, right, the greater the limited the number of transactions that you can have. So this is based on a peer-to-peer delay from the IoT node to the blockchain backend. Of course, we can also have malicious nodes in the system that can try to subvert the process of the blockchain. So essentially, we need consensus protocols that are involved, and consensus protocols also limit scalability. The other important thing with blockchains is they consume a lot of energy, right? So as you've heard, mining processes in many of these blockchain frameworks, you can see here that the energy consumption of consensus protocols is mentioned here. So Bitcoin takes about 729,000 kilowatt hours per transaction. So that's equivalent to 24 collective US homes doing Bitcoin transactions. So if I see here, what this is saying is that if I take Bitcoin, then over more than 100% of the Czech Republic's energy requirement will be needed to fully satisfy Bitcoin transactions, right? So that's not good. So what we need really today is a way to do blockchain transactions which are more energy efficient, consume less time in terms of confirmation time, and can process greater number of transactions. And that is a challenge for blockchain scalability today, right? And so our consensus protocols like proof of work are very energy intensive. So we need to create new type of consensus protocols, right, that will allow us to reduce the energy usage. So consensus nodes also validate transactions, and this is very important in the use of the way blockchains work today. So what is the answer, right? So the answer is to create something called parallel chains, or something called parachains, or side chains, which allow multiple blockchains to be combined together. So the idea is that you can have a blockchain within every individual organization or every individual institution, but these blockchains are then pegged to a main chain. And we use a technique called merge mining and federated sidechains as a way to integrate these blockchains together. So the idea here essentially is that we record every transaction in a local chain, and then only a subset of the transactions are then pushed into a global chain. And these are called off-chain channels for interaction to limit impact on the main chain. We can use something like MapReduce as a way of building these kind of parachains from localized recorded transactions. Of course, these have a very significant relevance for Internet of Things and edge computing, because your edge devices can now essentially run their own local blockchains. You can even think of this idea that you can have a blockchain running in your home or a blockchain running in a university environment, and then a global chain that then synchronizes with its local chains across a country like Kuwait, for example. Right, so this is essentially the answer. The answer is to create blockchains at multiple levels and then find mechanisms for integrating these using these parachains or side chains. Let me give you a reason why this is also very important. And this is a project that we're doing in the UK. Essentially, if you go to a website, if you go to an app on your phone, okay, so suppose I know some people are looking at their phones right now. So if I have a Subway Surfer, which is a gaming platform, or I go to another, so what happens is that in addition to you're connected to the gaming platform, you're also connected to a whole variety of other services that you never knew were there, right? So in addition to your gaming environment, you're connected to the Akamai hosting platform. You might be connected to a variety of advertising technology companies like Moat, Mintegral, Bungle, RNSource, and so on. And of course, your data is also shipped to Facebook. Right? Every time you go to, after you play a game on your phone and you go to Facebook, advertisements will appear on the right-hand side about the game Subway Surfer. And I wonder if you wonder how that happens. That happens because every time you connect to one application, you have other players in the advertising space, right? So a total of 18 websites where applications were delivered data with 27 advertising technology-related services, even though you only visited one site on your phone. Right? So a lot of other stuff is happening in the background that you might not be aware of. So here's a classic example, right? I go to a magazine like New Yorker. I don't know if you read New Yorker. New Yorker is a very interesting magazine. So when you visit the New Yorker site, right, you are connected to all these other services in the background. Right? So you think you're going to this site, but actually in the background, you're connected to Adobe Audiences, Google Analytics, a Hotjar. You're connected to a bunch of other advertising service providers, which are categorized and uncategorized providers. So although you visit one site, behind the scenes, your data is being shipped and shared with hundreds of other sites. Right? So there are 188 kilobytes of data is shipped to these advertising providers like Wired.com and Vogue.com. And all these advertisers are profiling you to ship you more adverts. Right? Isn't that wonderful, right? So what we are interested in understanding really in our project is to say that when you visit a site like this, can you expose these sites to the user? So can you be informed that your data is being shared by these people to improve the level of privacy and auditability of service providers in the background. And we use this through the use of blockchains. So essentially, this is an example. So when you connect to NewYorker.com, your data is being shared with all of these other providers. These Amazon Marketing Services, Adobe Marketing Cloud, you're connected to Google Analytics, AppNexus, Crux Digital, AdForm, DoubleClick. So all of these are sites in Europe, US, and other places which are actually accessing your data, right? Just behind the scenes. Yeah, so welcome to the world of advertising. The thing that gives you, so basically, if you get something for free, then your data is essentially nothing's for free, right? Because the advertisers are all accessing your data. So this is another classic example. So what happens is, suppose you have IoT devices in your home, right? Suppose you have a camera, or you have a smart hub, or you have any device inside your home, which is an Internet of Things device. So this is from a paper from 2019. So what happens is that a couple of our colleagues had a number of audio devices, cameras, and smart televisions in their homes, which was sitting in their UK lab in London. What happened is that their camera was actually sending out data behind the scenes to a number of other third-party providers. So devices in the US connected Netflix.com, Tuias.com, a Chinese IoT provider, Nuri.net, which is a Korean internet service provider, and Facebook.com, just to send them advertising data about you. So although your devices were in the US or the UK, you were connected to a whole variety of other providers in China, Hong Kong, Korea, the European Union, the US, and other overseas places, all sharing your IoT data, right? So this happens all the time, right, behind the scenes. So what we wanted to do in this project was to create a cloud auditing framework. So as cloud services become more dominant during things like, especially during COVID-19, when everybody's online, the moment you connect to online services, do you really know where your data is going? And do you know who is profiling you for advertising purposes? So are we really sacrificing privacy for access to online services to support business continuity? And can we create an auditable cloud computing infrastructure which does not significantly impact performance, but increases transparency, right? It shows you exactly like this, right, what's going on behind the scenes. And the way we do this is we use a blockchain as a log of operations that are carried out on your data as a consequence of doing this. So this is a project between Cardiff, Newcastle, and UCL in London, and we have a variety of other industry partners. So what happens is when a user connects to a website on your phone or on your desktop machine, and you have a variety of third-party providers sitting behind the scenes, we record everything that happens on your data. And we push this into a blockchain as an audit trail. So we expose this kind of ecosystem of cloud providers that sit behind the scenes. And we can use this recorded data to carry out things like GDPR compliance checking on the data that people are sharing about you, potentially without your knowledge. Okay, I'll just skip this. So we are just trying to commercialize this work. We are working with a company to commercialize this work. And you can go and see more details about the project. And there are some YouTube videos here that shows you how our system works and how you can make use of it. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to Professor Omar Rana. Now we have the pleasure to welcome Dr. Ahmed Ashkenani, Assistant Professor of Operations and Supply Chain Management at the College of Business Administration, Kuwait University. His talk will be about securing supply chains with a blockchain-based framework.
Which one? This one? Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming today. I'm Ahmed Ashkenani, Assistant Professor of Operations and Supply Chain Management at the College of Business Administration. Today, I'm going to present to you securing supply chains with a blockchain-based framework. This is a joint project with my colleague Amir Mohammed from Computer Engineering Department. We are all familiar with blockchain technology in the form of decentralized distributed ledger. And this is the most famous application is in the financial sector. So we have the cryptocurrency networks such as Bitcoin and Ethereum and many other cryptocurrency networks. But this is not the only application of blockchain technology. We can actually apply it in a supply chain context, and companies such as Walmart and Ford are using this technology in a supply chain context to optimize the supply chain network. For example, when we talk about Walmart, you might have a problem when you have foodborne disease and you want to track the origin of this foodborne disease. So let's say you have bought some mango from Walmart and you found that there is some foodborne disease. How do you track the origin of this batch of mangoes to make sure that you can pull out all of the mangoes that were affected by this foodborne disease? This process used to take around 7 days to several weeks to find and track the origin of this of this food and then take it out from the market. Meanwhile, consumers might be able to buy it from the market, and actually this is bad for the consumer. So what Walmart did, they created a blockchain-based food traceability system, and using the system, they were able to reduce the time to trace the origin of mangoes from 7 days to just 2.2 seconds. This is one application of blockchain technology in a supply chain context. This experiment was very successful that for Walmart is now thinking of applying it to more products and asking more suppliers to join the blockchain-based system. So we know from research that blockchain has many strengths in a supply chain context. It allows visibility of the supply chain. We know all the transactions that are available in the blockchain ledger. It allows for aggregation of data from multiple sources, multiple suppliers, distributors, retailers, and consumers. It allows for validation of the data, also automation using smart contracts, which is very useful in a supply chain context, and it builds resiliency in the network. However, it also comes with weaknesses. So one major weakness of a blockchain technology in a supply chain context relates to privacy. If your data is distributed across all nodes in the supply chain, I might be worried that my data is viewable from my competitors, and they might use it to their advantage. Also, there is a lack of standardization. There are many blockchain implementations, so which one is suitable for a supply chain context? Which one to use? You have the garbage in, garbage out problem. So while blockchain ensures that the data is validated and not tampered with, it cannot ensure that the input data is of high quality. If I give you, for example, wrong inventory, you can verify that the amount of inventory was not tampered with after it was recorded, but you don't know if the input data is of good quality. Also, you have a black box effect. So managers in supply chain context might be worried about how the technology works, which would lower the adoption rates. If people or suppliers do not adopt this technology, then we will not be able to use it. Finally, you have inefficiency concerns, and mainly related, for example, to power consumption. So as the previous presentation talked about the power consumption, using the proof of work consensus mechanism, while this mechanism is scalable, it can handle a large number of users without much penalty. It actually is very slow. So it takes an average of 10 minutes to commit, for example, a transaction in a Bitcoin network. This is very slow. You cannot compare this to point of sale transaction, which is committed within few seconds. Also high energy consumption, as the previous presenter talked about, Professor Omar, he said that you can compare the energy consumption of a Bitcoin network to entire countries, which is very bad from a cost perspective. Finally, you have a risk of centralization. So if you might have people forming mining pools to gain economies of scale. So this would be another issue that you are worried about. So we need to customize blockchain to our supply chain needs. We cannot have a one-size-fits-all kind of approach. How do we do that? This is the goal of the paper. So this is a current work in progress. We are trying to develop a framework for designing blockchain-based supply chain networks. And the way to do it is we first identify 8 components or features of the blockchain that we can use as the building blocks of the blockchain that we desire. First is decentralization, which talks about the peer-to-peer distributed ledger of the nature of the blockchain. Then we have immutability, the tamper-proof transaction history. You have atomicity, which talks about tokens being traded simultaneously. We have transparency, so transactions are visible. We have authenticity, which is the ability to verify integrity of transactions via signatures. We have automation, which talks about executing transactions via triggers without any human intervention. This is very useful in a supply chain context. We have distributed storage, which talks about the fault tolerance of the network. And finally, liveness. Again, very important in a supply chain context. We need transactions to be validated and distributed within a short period of time. So if you notice, not all blockchain systems have these features. And this is the point. We can customize the blockchain to our supply chain need. So the next step would be to map these blockchain features to our desired supply chain capabilities. And as an example, I'll show you some major supply chain issues and how we can map them to these features. For example, the bullwhip effect. This is a major concern in a supply chain context. The bullwhip effect happens when you have information asymmetry. You have multiple nodes in the supply chain, and for example, demand information would travel from the consumer to a retailer to the distributor until it reaches the manufacturer. The more supply chain levels you have, the more variability in the data you have, and the more inaccuracy you have in the data. And this would lead to negative consequences, misallocated production capacity, and so on. So if you want to address this problem using a blockchain-based system, the features that you really care about are transparency and reliability and liveness. These features will help you address the blockchain or the bullwhip effect. In contrast, if you care about the high transaction cost in a supply chain context, then what you desire is atomicity. You want tokens to be traded simultaneously. This will lead to a situation where you don't need a third-party intermediary to intermediate the transaction process. And also you need automation, so executing transactions via triggers without human interaction. This also will reduce the cost of supply chain transactions. So the goal here is not to give you an exhaustive list of all supply chain features and how to map them to blockchain capabilities. It's just to show you that depending on the features that you desire, you can design the blockchain in different ways. Using this design, you can have multi-layer design. So you have a fully customizable blockchain layer with access control and user, business logic, information flow, and data layers. You will customize these layers depending on your needs. So the next step would be to go to the actual implementation, the technical part of the blockchain. After we map the features to the desired blockchain capabilities we want, then we will go to the setup of the blockchain. Do we want to have a permissionless network or a permissioned network? So in a financial context, usually we go with a permissionless network. But in a supply chain context, we know the parties, the transacting parties. We don't want to hide their identities. So it's fine to have a permissioned network. This would lead us to different consensus mechanisms that can be used in a supply chain context. So instead of using a proof of work mechanism, consensus mechanism, or a proof of stake, we can, for example, use a static committee or dynamic committee with dynamic election and so on, or a round-robin kind of consensus that is more efficient and uses less energy and is much faster. In terms of anonymity, you want to decide whether you want to hide the identity of the transacting parties fully or partially or make it fully available. So this is a decision that you need to make. Based on it, you will implement the technical aspect of it. Also, transparency. When we look at the transactions, so in a supply chain context, as I said, you might be worried that my competitors might look at the details of the transaction and gain insider information that would help them in their competition against me in the market. So do you want full transparency of the transaction details? Do you want fully private transactions, or do you want to have selective privacy? For example, if I'm transacting with you, maybe the two parties are able to see the transaction details. Or maybe I want to extend it to upper parties as well in the supply chain. So I'm transacting with you. I bought mango from your store. I want to know the origin of this mango, where it came from, up to the farm that it was harvested in. We can select to what level we want to share this information with the transacting parties. In terms of the fee and reward mechanism, do you want to have a monetary reward such as what is done in the Bitcoin network, for example, or do you want to build a reputation-based fee or reward to encourage participation in the consensus mechanism and the blockchain network? How about tokenization? Do you have physical tokens? Do you have virtual tokens? Do you have both? How do you vet the validity of the authenticity of the physical tokens? And finally, what transaction capabilities you want to build into your system. We're talking here about supply chain capabilities. So do you want parties to pull demand information from low stream or downstream supply chain nodes? Do you want them to view the supply chain path? Do you want to build a functionality of initiating product recall, for example, via automation and smart contracts? This could be all built into your blockchain. So using this design, our goal is to help supply chain managers customize the blockchain solutions to their needs. And this is currently a work in progress, and hopefully once this is published, we can share it with you. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, you can contact me or Dr. Amir on these emails. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed Ashkenani. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to welcome Mr. Ziad Ali from Gulf University for Science and Technology to talk about adversarially robust machine learning for critical applications.
I just need a clicker. Yeah, thank you. So, hello everyone. I am Ziad Ali. I am a teaching assistant working in Gulf University for Science and Technology. And I am also a postgraduate student in the computer engineering department. Today, the topic of my talk is adversarial machine learning, which is a recently emerging field that deals with the security of machine learning systems. And so this is a typical scenario of cybersecurity where we have an attacker that tries to attack a machine learning model. For example, it could be a deep neural network or a random forest or other machine learning algorithms, and the defender has to try and defend the model from those attacks. So the attackers basically try to fool the model, meaning that they try to compromise the performance of the model and to make their predictions go haywire. So to begin, I'll start the introduction. Okay. I'll start the introduction with the outline. I'm just going to talk about the introduction. So we'll go through what a deep neural network is, and then a convolutional neural network, and just threat model that we have in adversarial machine learning, and then applications of some of the attacks, some of the defenses that were proposed to counter those defenses, and then the conclusion and directions for future work. So a deep neural network is used to classify, for example, images or audio waves, or it has various applications. So in this case, we can consider, like if we have an image and we want an image of a cat or an image of a dog, and we would like to classify it as an image of a cat or a dog or a car, then we can consider the grid here to be an image. So maybe we can consider that it's an image of a cat. It will actually be divided into a certain number of pixels. Each row would have a certain number of pixels, and each column would have a certain number of pixels. So in total, we will have about R times C, rows times columns, number of pixels, and then we would feed it to the neural network. And then the neural network will basically, our goal will be to classify that object, and the input will basically propagate through the network. So each line here basically represents a weight, and each weight basically has a number associated with it. The input values basically get multiplied with the edges, and they get propagated through the network, eventually leading to us to the output layer. The output layer basically represents neurons, and the neurons with the highest probability is usually selected as the correct classification. So our goal is to, for example, if we have an image of a cat, we would want the image of a cat to be associated with the neuron that represents the image, neuron that represents the cat label. So that's how deep neural networks work, and it has various applications. The previous structure for the deep neural networks was based on feed-forward, but it was later on improved by Lei-Kun in the following research work when they introduced convolution neural networks. So in those cases, they just take convolutions over the entire image, and those convolutions basically pass through the network, and that leads to a better performance. The key ingredient in convolution neural network is that it identifies the pattern across the entire image, instead of comparing it to a deep neural network, which only specifies it at a certain in a certain range. So, moving forward, I'd like to point out why are deep learning systems critical, because they're being vastly used in critical applications. So in oil and gas industry, it's being used to predict failures. And in medicine, this, for example, is being used vastly in applications such as detection of cancer. So skin cancer, we feed images images into the neural network, and we want to identify whether the image is benign or malignant. And in self-driving cars, for example, everybody might know about Tesla. They use those machine learning systems in order for the cars to basically identify the stop sign and the lanes, so they can drive themselves. So, and also in speech recognition, DNN finds various applications. And these are critical because if we were to make the predictions of a neural network wrong, if an attacker tries to attack the deep neural network and it causes, for example, the machine learning system to recognize a stop sign as a speed limit, then the car will basically overdrive instead of stopping, and that could cause major accidents. So we want to protect the machine learning systems against such attacks. So for this talk, I'll mainly focus on two of the major data sets that are used in machine learning. One of them is MNIST. It contains images. So for example, we can see there are rows and columns, and the MNIST contains 60,000 training images, and the labels that we have here are we want to classify digits from 0 to 9. And so we have 60,000 training images that we use to train the neural network first, and then we have 10,000 further images that we use to evaluate the performance of the neural network. In the case of CIFER10, instead of the numbers, we have actual objects such as airplane, bird, cat, deer, and so on. So we'd like to classify those objects. For example, image of a dog should be classified as an image of a dog. That's the goal of a neural network. And in this case, we have 50,000 training images and 10,000 testing images. In the first case, MNIST, it only has one channel, and the CIFER10 has 3 channels, RGB, red, blue, green. So it's a more complicated data set as compared to MNIST. So where can the attacks basically, where are the endpoints of the attack in the machine learning pipeline? The attacker could basically attack the machine learning classifier from a perspective of the training data set. So for example, they can manipulate the training data set and insert wrong images with incorrect labels, and that could compromise the performance of the machine learning classifier. On the other hand, an evasion attacker, what they do is they manipulate the test set, they make some changes to the test set, and once that test data set is fed into the classifier, it basically makes the performance go down. Another form of attack is exploratory, which means that the attacker basically tries to identify patterns from the predictions of a neural network, and they try to find some actual hints about what the training data set might contain. So these are the endpoints of the attack. So we will focus, for this talk, our focus will mainly be on evasion attacks, in which we manipulate the test data set and try to fool the model. So in this case, we have an image of a panda. And once we have trained the neural network in a standard way, the neural network basically classifies this image as a panda with 57.7% confidence. It's very confident that it's an image of a panda. However, we can calculate a very carefully calculated noise by using this algorithm, which calculates the noise by using the gradients of the model. And we can add this noise, a certain percentage of this noise to the original image. And then, even though the final image appears as an image of a panda to humans, it could appear to the neural network as a gibbon, which is basically a monkey with 99% confidence. So a neural network thinks that it's a monkey with 99% confidence, even though the image appears to us as of a panda. It's indistinguishable. So there are various kinds of attacks in evasion, under evasion attacks. There could be white box attacks, in which the attacker has complete access to the model parameters, such as the weights and the data set and learning algorithm. Gray box attacks assume partial access to the model. And black box attacks assume no information about the model. So attacker has access to nothing. And there are various attacks that have been proposed under each one of them. So what are the adversary's goals? What are the attacker's goals? The attacker's main goal is to compromise the performance of the system. So how can they do it? Maybe they can just try to compromise the confidence of the prediction. Maybe if it's an image of a cat, the goal will be to reduce the confidence from 99% to 12%. Another way would be to cause the misclassification. For example, we've seen an image of a panda. Maybe the attacker just wants to misclassify it as any other object. So for example, it wants to misclassify it as a car. Targeted misclassification occurs when the attacker wants to make a targeted attack a target label. So for example, if the attacker wants to classify an image of a cat as a dog, so in that case, it would cause a targeted misclassification. So those are the attacker's goals. These are just the metrics. So the classification error in the standard way, we assume that it's just the number of test samples that the model misclassifies. The robust classification error, on the other hand, is just the number of perturbed test samples misclassified. What this means is that we have clean test samples, clean images, but the attacker could basically manipulate these images, and then once they are fed into the neural network, we check whether or not it identifies it correctly. And the total number of perturbed samples that will be misclassified is counted as the robust classification error. So a more formal definition could be that the attacker is only allowed to change the image by a certain amount. So in this case, it's identified by the epsilon. And so, for example, in the set beta, we have some instances of x prime, and they are the distance between the adversarial example x prime and the clean image should not be more than epsilon. So this is used to measure the distance between a clean image and its adversarial counterpart. An adversarial counterpart, by that I mean when the attacker has manipulated the image. So here we have a black box attack. In this paper, the authors were able to print out the image of a washing machine, and its clean image is basically identified as a washing machine. However, once the adversarial noise is added and it's printed out again, the machine learning classifier identifies it as a safe, and if the amount of noise is increased, it makes it classified as a loudspeaker. Now we can see that it's visually indistinguishable to us. However, the neural network thinks that it's a completely different object. In this case, the researchers had no access to the model's parameters. They knew nothing about the model, and they were able to attack the model. In this case also, we have a segmentation task in which we have to identify the objects in the image. The segmentation neural network it correctly identifies that there are three dogs in an image with a certain confidence. However, when we apply adversarial noise to the image, the neural network totally misclassifies it as a trained cow and a person. These attacks could also occur in the domain of audio. So, and we can take an audio waveform that in the context of speech to text, so we want to classify the speech, an audio waveform, to text. So in this case, we can take the original waveform and we can add some amount of noise to it, and then the classification basically completely changes. So it was previously classified as it was the best of times, it was the worst of times, and then after we apply adversarial perturbation, it is a completely different phrase. So these are some of the examples of the applications of the attacks. So coming over to the defenses, to counter these attacks, there were various methods that were proposed to protect against such defenses. One of them is called certified defenses that give a guarantee of robustness. So they give a guarantee that no attacker would be able to succeed more than a certain percentage. The others are less effective, and they could be classified as input pre-processing defenses and detection defenses. So in these two, the input pre-processing defense, what it does is that it applies a filter on the images and then it tries to feed it to the classifier. However, these defenses were basically broken one after another and found to be ineffective. The detection-based defenses only try to detect whether an image could be adversarial or not, meaning that could it have adversarial perturbation applied to it or not. The most successful defense that had stood the test of time is adversarial retraining. And in this case, what we do is we take the images, we apply perturbation onto them, and we retrain the classifier again so that it becomes robust to such kinds of images. So in this case, we have input transformations, and there are various input transformations that were proposed in the original work. However, in the latter work, they were broken by the researchers, and the accuracy of the model was reduced to 0%, which means it couldn't correctly classify any of the images. And another form of key-based, form of input transformation technique is the key-based technique, which tries to introduce a secret into the model. So they would try to manipulate the image, try to transform the image using a secret key, And so their idea is as long as the key is hidden from the attacker, the adversary could not be able to find a noise that could cause a misclassification. However, in the part of our work, we have shown that this technique also doesn't work as well as the other defenses that have been proposed, such as adversarial retraining. Detection defenses, again, they try to take the input images and they apply, they take a particular model, and then they apply some changes into the model, and they use the predictions between the two models to check whether it exceeds a certain threshold. If it exceeds a certain threshold, they classify it as adversarial. If it doesn't exceed the threshold, they identify the image as legitimate. However, this doesn't guarantee that the image will be correctly classified. So in the latter work, the detection-based defenses were also found to be ineffective, as Nicholas Carlini bypassed 10 different detection methods to show that they are not effective. So coming over to the most effective defense, which is adversarial retraining, again, in the normal case, what we do is we take the training images and we train the neural network. And after that, after we have done training the neural network, we evaluate it by using the testing images, and we check the performance of the neural network. However, in adversarial retraining, what we do is we take the training image batch, we perturb using PGD. PGD is a form of attack. It's an attack algorithm that we use to find adversarial noise. And once we have gotten the adversarial image batch, we train the neural network. So there's one hidden ingredient here, is that we need to perturb the images using an attack algorithm and then retrain the neural network. So initially, under a PGD attack, the robustness of the model is 0%. However, after training, this method found that on CIFER10, the robustness based on attack images, on adversarial images, increased from 0% to 45% in the case of CIFER10. And on the MNIST, it increased from 0% to 89%. However, they found that there was a natural accuracy drop of about 7%, which means that the images that were clean could not be identified as well as compared to when we used natural retraining. So this adversarial retraining process was further improved by using surrogate losses. So they made some changes into the loss function of a neural network, and they found that it leads to some small improvements over adversarial retraining. So in the standard case, we have an accuracy of 47% against the PGD attack, while in the case of trades, for example, it jumped up to 50%, and in the case of MART, it jumped up to 55%. In both of the cases, only the loss function is changed in order to improve the robustness accuracy. So even though we have found that adversarial training is effective, we haven't reached the best performance yet. So the best performance that was achieved was about 50% using the trades loss function. And on MNIST, it was about 90%. Why is there a vast gap between MNIST and CIFER10? It's because CIFER10 dataset is more complicated. It has more channels, and learning on CIFER10 dataset is harder. Learning robustly on CIFER10 dataset is harder than as compared to MNIST. So as you can see, CIFER10 achieves 45% robustness, and there is still a vast gap that we would like to address. And for the natural images, CIFER10 on a neural network trained on CIFER10 would achieve about 90% accuracy, 95% accuracy. However, under attacks, the accuracy is reduced to 45%. And this gap is basically what we would like to address in the future work. The technique in the previous work, they also proposed that this gap could be reduced if we use more training samples in the training process. So a higher number of samples that would be used in the training process could guarantee that we would achieve even higher robustness against such attacks. So in the following work, the authors basically used extra data of about 500,000 more images than what we usually train the neural networks with. And the accuracy jumped from 45% to 59%. And in the following work after that, they used different kinds of data augmentations. So they would manipulate the images by adding some patches into the images so that they generalize better. And this method basically achieves a robustness of about 66.56. So there's still a gap between the robust accuracy, which is about 66%, and the standard accuracy, which is 90.51%. So there's still a gap, and this has a lot of room for improvement. So either we can use extra data to make models more robust, or the authors suggested that maybe we can make some changes to the architectures of the model in order to enhance their performance against the attacks. So here we have a typical ResNet architecture. It's heavily being used in as a default architecture in object recognition tasks. And in this case, the input image, we pass it through the neural network, and it goes through certain convolution layers, and we receive 64 feature maps of size 32 by 32 after the first block, the first layer of the ResNet. By making changes to the architecture of the model, we can try to protect against such attacks. And how can we make changes to the architecture so that it's better against the attacks? We can use more feature maps. There was a following work which suggested that we can use a higher number of feature maps in the architecture of the model, and that could lead to an improvement on robustness as well. So one way is to improve the robustness by adding more training images to the neural network learning algorithm, or it could use, or we could make changes to the architecture and improve the robustness based on that. And in this work, they found that indeed making the neural networks wider, meaning using more feature maps, could lead to an increase in the robustness. So coming to the final slides, we have, this is a website that basically tracks the best robustness that is achieved on CIFAR10 so far, on the CIFAR10 dataset. And we can see that the number one method has a best known robust accuracy of 66%. There is still a gap between the standard accuracy and the robust accuracy. So this model is still vulnerable to attacks by an amount of 24%. And this is on CIFAR10 dataset. On ImageNet dataset, which is a further more complicated dataset, the gap is even wider. So we have a robust accuracy of only 38%, and there is a vast amount of improvement that could be made in this research field. So for as conclusion, as I've already mentioned, there are two main points at which we can make changes so that the robustness of these models could be enhanced. One is making changes to the architecture, and the other is adding more training images to the dataset. And this is a part of, that could be a part of the future work, and researchers are still trying to figure out how to get the most robust model and protect against these attacks. And that concludes my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Ziad Ali. I guess you have some awards to give, so maybe you should stick around for a second. And also, Dr. Ahmed Ashkenani, your award as well. Okay, closing remarks. Dr. Amir will be doing the closing remarks, so.
هو اللي بيسوي award to award.
عادي ما في مشكلة.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Professor Qasim Saleh to the stage, please.
صورة جماعية دكتور معناته. لا كيفكم تبون واحد لا عادي عادي تسكذر.
Okay. All right.
دكتور قاسم. one more. دكتور زياد.
Awesome.
لاحظ صورة بس جماعية هون.
Awesome. Thank you guys very much. And for the closing remarks.
Thank you. Yeah, so if you just can, if you allow me a few minutes just to go over some of the lessons that we want to impart on you before you go. Yeah, so it's just a few slides, don't worry about it. I'm not going to waste your time, hopefully. So basically, I just want to go over some of the visions and the recommendations that we concluded during this year's conference. So basically, the first thing I want to do is I want to clarify the vision of the conference itself. That is, in essence, it is a scientific conference. We're not here to market or advertise any certain entity or organization. We're here to impart knowledge on you, on the researchers, on the general public. We're basically trying to apply the namesake of the conference, which is basically education and research. So we want to educate the prospective cybersecurity professionals that are going to go into the field later. And we want to also spread awareness to the general public, to the stakeholders, to the government entities, to the industries, to the critical infrastructure, the people who have the power to secure our systems and our national security. And we also want to promote and cultivate new interdisciplinary research in cybersecurity across several domains and scientific fields. We want to cover as many fields as we can so that we can embed this mindset into these fields as we do research. And we also want to participate in national and international researches. We want to keep this collaboration alive so that we learn from each other. We can learn from what other people are doing outside of Kuwait. It's not really healthy to just look at ourselves and look at this small bubble and see what we're doing and maybe what other people next to us are doing. It's very important to look at what other people are doing, what was successful to them, what was a failure to them, and learn from their success and mistakes. So as a result, we came up with these recommendations based on the talks that we went through during this past 2 days. So first of all, securing critical infrastructure. We want to accelerate the establishment of the National Cybersecurity Center for Kuwait. This is, of course, with the help of CITRA. We want to urge the continuous of comprehensive periodic assessment of the level of cybersecurity in the state of Kuwait on all sectors. We want to enhance the capabilities necessary for cyber resilience in various sectors, public, private, industry. We want to establish reliable and efficient communication channels between different government entities and high-value industries so we can always alert them when something bad happens and they can address this immediately and promptly. We want to, okay, so from the side of the education and research, this is another pillar of this conference, which is we want to target and develop skillful human cadres in the field of cybersecurity. We want to expedite the establishment of graduate and undergraduate degrees in cybersecurity. And there are already programs that are trying to do that. So we're actually halfway there, or maybe I don't know how long was the percentage, but we are progressing, inshallah. And we also promote the introduction of cybersecurity through K-12 education, as we've seen through a very nice selection of talks which was concentrated on that. We want to foster scientific cooperation, knowledge exchange, capacity building, and interdisciplinary cybersecurity research between experts and industry practitioners. It doesn't make sense if we just make research and then we can't apply it, right? We have to, make it so that it's applicable and it's practical, it's feasible. And finally, this is somewhat of a new area that we're covering. We're trying we're testing it out. And we saw that there are some interesting topics with regards to laws, ethics, and society. In fact, we had 2 great talks related to laws here and how they could be improved in relation to cybersecurity. So we need to synergize national and international efforts to cultivate cooperation, stimulate awareness, advocate for more comprehensive cybersecurity laws, and all of these recommendations will be posted online for everyone to see. And we are trying to track the progress of these. This is not just a two-day conference, just attend and forget, right? We want to track the progress. We want to keep everyone informed and keep everyone, all of you here, as well as everyone at home, maybe if you're watching. I want you to inform us of what is going on right and what is going on wrong. We want to keep improving. And on behalf of Kuwait University, the British Embassy, KCST, and CITRA, thank you everyone for attending this two-day conference. Thank you to all the speakers, to all the guests here who attended here, and the guests at home as well. And I hope to see you next year. Thank you very much.